How's everyone doing? Is my mic? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, perfect. Hi, everybody. So a few things to start off. Happy second day of Hanukkah, by the way. I know that it's kind of a rough one already with the attack in Sydney. Yeah, pretty awful. I thought about talking about that in more detail today, but then I was like, it's just, if you turn on the news, people are talking about it anyway, and there's not, what am I gonna say, but yeah, really awful weekend, just in general. But anyway, hi, welcome. Just a few things before we get started. So we do have today, this is our final Pop Girly News of the year. We do have next week's flop bracket, and then obviously the actual Pop Girly bracket on December 29th and the 30th. But this is our last time introducing girlies, and I guess in that way, maybe we'll do some updates before the flop bracket next week, but we're done with the girlies after today. So we've got Tate and Addison, obviously, and then all the boys that we haven't talked about yet. And so because I have picked the top 22. I'm not going to say who they are just yet. I'm going to reveal that at the end of the stream. And then you guys are in charge of picking the next 10 inclusions into the bracket. So what's going to happen is that at midnight tonight, Eastern time, so 5 hours from now, I have a post on the community, or I guess they're just called posts now. If you go to YouTube, it has the little post tab. Used to be called the community tab. Now it's just the post tab. Just right here, if you've never seen it before. Posts. If you go to that at midnight, I have a post that's gonna post at midnight, and it'll have the links for the Pop Girly nominee ballot, where you can pick 1 to 10 girls. You get 10 votes. You don't have to use all 10. You can do 1 to 10, but you can only vote once. It's 1 vote per IP address, so pick wisely. You can vote on that, and then also there's the Album of the Year poll as well. So you can vote in those two. The polls will close next Monday, the 22nd, at 7 p.m. So right around the time that the next stream starts. You got about a week, a little bit less. Get about 5 hours less than a full week to get your ballots cast for the inclusions into the bracket. But we're going to go through today our final nominees. Though spoiler, these two are they're definitely they're in the top 22, so they'll be in the bracket. But these people, we don't know. You could get one of these guys put into the Pop Girly bracket. We'll do our final nominees. Then the post will go up at midnight. Then next week we'll do the flop bracket. So on that post for the links for the straw polls, if you guys want to write in the comment section who you think should be included for the flop bracket, feel free. Because I think the flop bracket, we can be a little bit more... I'm already being more loose with any sort of rules. So just as long as it's a musician and they did some sort of significant damage to their reputations this year. They didn't even have to release music this year. They don't even have to be pop girlies. Someone who we're definitely going to include is Carrie Underwood. Because of the fact that she did that fucking Trump inauguration. Bullshit. So she'll be included. Any other musicians that like severely fucked up this year, feel free to put them in the comments. And then we will do on the 29th, which is a Monday at 7 p.m., we'll do part 1 of the Pop Girly bracket. We're going to split it in 2, just like we did last year, but this time on purpose. We're going to split it into 2, so we'll do part 1 and then part 2 the next day on the 30th, on Tuesday, also at 7 p.m. So that's the plan going forward. And yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for us to have... I really don't feel... There's a few girls who I think that Pop Girly 2025 could go to. Last year, I did feel very strongly that it should be Charli XCX. This year, there's a few people that I think that could take it. But let's get into our girlies. So first we have our Pop Girly non-competitive. This is a Pop Girly who's just not included because she didn't do that much throughout the whole year. But I still wanted to shout her out, even though she won't be in the bracket. But Miss Christina Aguilera, she just released a new Christmas special. I don't know at this point how watchable it is, because I saw it last night as like a Fathom event at the theater. So I think it was just like a one night only kind of thing. So I don't know if there's a plan to put it onto any sort of streaming service or anything. I feel like there must be, because it's like, why would you do all that just to have a one night only? But then I'm like, well, there shouldn't be any sort of waiting period then, because it's already Christmas time. She needs to get that out quick. But the album is out, so you can listen to the whole album on streaming for sure. I just don't know about the like visual of the special, but it was very good. She's just good. Great voice, great stage presence. There was some good cinematography throughout the special. A little bit of some weird editing, definitely during some of the performances, but that's okay. It was very good. And it really kind of like solidified for me, and I felt this way for a very long time. But last night I was like, absolutely. People talk about Sabrina Carpenter being a Tay daughter a lot, and I do think that like Taylor kind of wants Sabrina to be like a Tay daughter, you know? She's kind of injected herself into that role. But I think Taylor is almost more like a stepmom who is very, very actively involved in her stepdaughter's life. But the person who actually raised Sabrina's biological mother, is Christina Aguilera. It's so undeniable for me. Obviously the voice is different. Christina has a one-of-a-kind voice that nobody else has. But there's just so much about like the inspirations that they take from, their styling, their aesthetics, musically. Like, Sabrina is Christina's daughter, her true daughter, her biological daughter. And also, you know what else really became apparent to me? I mean, I hate to say it, but Lady Marmalade is better when it's just Christina. No hate to any of the other girls on that song, but when everyone's like, oh, who should the next 4 girls to do like a Lady Marmalade be? It's like, yeah, Lady Marmalade was never as good as a quartet. It's best when it's just Christina. And that's on this album, this Christmas album. She did Lady Marmalade just herself, and so now I can finally just listen to Christina on Spotify. Yeah, or sure, Lady Marmalade is better when it's lapel. But in terms of like the 2000s Lady Marmalade, it's it's just Christina. Like, it's so obvious too, even when you listen to all four of them. When Christina comes in, it's like, oh, here's the real star. Now, our dishonorary flops, we've got these three ladies who are. These two are definitely in more of like a feud with one another, but then there's Barry Weiss as well, who's just here. So if you don't know, Barry Weiss, professional dumbass, and also not very good at her job. She's one of the rare women that gets to like stumble upward, which in a way, it almost, she's sort of breaking a glass ceiling in a sense, that she can be so incompetent and get to the place that she currently is. I know, sorry, jump scare, you're right. I should have done more of a warning. Barry Weiss, she has this like CBS thing currently. It's like Barry Weiss's town hall. CBS has made such an insane conservative pivot, and we kind of already knew that was happening with the Paramount Plus deal thing, with the people at Paramount being cozy with the Trump administration. It is what it is. It's just so fucking blatant now. CBS is just like, it's just like a kind of a tone, not Fox News, that's probably putting it dramatically. It's trying to keep it a little bit classier, but it's so icky and conservative. And the VMAs were on CBS this year. I hate everything. Oh. Anyway. She's got her town hall thing. She had Erica Kirk on to talk about what? Talk about how her husband's dead, like she's been doing on every fucking news program for the past 2 months. She won't go away, but she came onto the town hall thing to talk about just the fact that she has a dead husband. Who cares? It's not even interesting. But then Candace Owens is involved over here. Candace Owens, famed right-wing pundit. She was Charlie Kirk's friend who... Oh, and by the way, I hate to do this, but I watched some of Hassan's coverage of this recently, and he was implying, not even implying, I think he outright said that Candace and Charlie were probably lovers, and that they had, a more romantic relationship, and that's maybe that's what's fueling some of this. He's an idiot. He's so stupid. I hate to, I wasn't even gonna say it, but I do think it is just very funny that is the vibe that Hassan was picking up from Candace and Charlie when, like, I think the vibe is more of like that was her gay best friend. And I don't want to do the whole thing of like the homophobic person turned out to secretly be gay, because that's a trope that's problematic in its own ways. But the dynamic of everything, when I see Candace and Charlie together, that's a gay bestie. There's no romantic chemistry between the two of them at all. And it's so clear, too, that, like, Erica doesn't seem to have ever really cared about her husband, to a point where I'm like, oh yeah, that was a business relationship. He was her beard. Or she was his beard. Maybe the other way, too. I don't know. I don't know. It's just very funny to me that he was like, oh my god, they must have been fucking. Like, no. Obviously not. Whatever. But so Candace was Charlie's friend. She seemed to actually have a pretty genuine relationship with him. And she also... Sorry, I felt like I was gonna sneeze. I still kind of feel like it. Okay, it's passed. She is like a right-wing grifter, and she's a conspiracy theorist, and, you know, this is already just a part of her game, but she really started to get heavy into the Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories surrounding his death, and whether or not the person who's currently being charged with his murder actually committed it, or if there's a larger cover-up. And this is something, too, where I don't think she thinks, from what I can tell, I haven't kept up to date with Candace Owens, admittedly. She seems to think that Israel had something to do with his death. I don't know. I do think that there are suspicious things around his death. And definitely it was weird as hell the way that Netanyahu was like one of the first public figures, if not the first public figure, to comment on it the day of. Like, that's odd. I don't know that Israel had anything to do with it. I don't think that there's concrete evidence of that. Any of the other suspicious stuff around his death, I think really could just come down to, like, police incompetence and the White House administration's incompetence. But there was a minute where I was like, okay, there are some suspicious things about this. And it does make me feel very, very uncomfortable that the person who's talking about it the most prominently is such a raging anti-Semite. And so I was like, I kind of want to look into this myself just to see if these threads go anywhere that's different from where Candace is going to say they're going to go. And then I started looking into it, and I immediately just got bored. So I'm not involving myself in that any further. But I do think for sure that there's kind of enough weird stuff around Charlie's death that I can understand why a whole lot more people are now congregating around Candace Owens than previously, because, you know, that's what happens when one person is entertaining these suspicions. And that's very worrisome, because I do think that Candace could really pull a lot of people into some bad political corners. But that being said, I do think, her being a grifter aside, there is something about the way that she's going about this investigation into Charlie's death where I'm like, I do think that she is kind of still grieving. Like, there is something fueling her that I think is kind of real from, like, a human place, an emotional place, to the point where I do have more sympathy for her than I do for these two ladies. I mean, I guess Barry's not that bad. She's just an idiot that I don't want on my TV screens ever. I have a little bit more empathy for Candace, but then also, she's just better at being a public figure than these two. Like, Barry is just incompetent and boring. Erica is just, like, unable to not make herself look evil. And then Candace is just, like, good at what she's doing. Oh, I definitely think she's cashing in. I think that that's for sure a part of it. But I think that, like, part of the reason that she's cashing in the way that she is, and there is something about it that is a little bit fueled by, like, some sort of righteous quest for revenge or something. That I think that she does think that something happened to Charlie. I don't know if she thinks everything that she's saying. I don't think she does think everything that she's saying. I think she's definitely using this to her advantage. But I also think that she does not like Erica Kirk to begin with, and is very upset about the fact that Erica doesn't actually want to know anything about Charlie's death beyond whatever the Trump administration is saying. But who's to say? Either way, Candace is a terrible human being. But she's just more talented than either of these women. And so Erica Kirk, they're all in our honorary flop category. But Erica kind of gets a special place because it's just like, I can't even really piece together why anyone would ever sympathize with this woman. Like, she is just so bad at communicating herself. She literally cannot make herself look not evil. And some of it's like just pure aesthetics. Like the fact, like, who is drawing her eyebrows like that? Why? And some of it too, it's like, I hate to say it, but like this bitch needs some contacts. The eyes are just way too intense. And especially the way that she talks, I can't wrap my head around. Who is styling her? She must have gotten some sort of media training from somebody who has like not ushered her into a direction of like, hey, maybe try talking a little bit softer and trying to be more like, you know, a human being. But that still almost just makes her so much more interesting to watch than Barry Weiss. Barry Weiss is almost the true flop here because at least these two are kind of fun to watch, you know? Like, Candace has a certain amount of charisma to her. And Erica is just so evil presenting that I kind of can't look away. So here's Erica talking for a second, just so we can get a vibe.
Easy in knowing, but we serve a just God. And I rest easy in knowing that He's sovereign, but He's just. And so let the Lord handle that. But we serve a just God.
What is happening with her? The way that she widens her eyes there, handle that. Like, oh! She literally just looks evil.
We serve a just God. And I rest easy in knowing that.
Blink a little more, girly.
That He's sovereign, but He's just. And so let the Lord handle that. But we serve a just God.
But so now her and Candace are in like a full fucking feud. So here's Barry asking Erica about Candace, and watch the way that her face turns. It's insane.
The podcaster Candace Owens, okay? At one time, a friend of Charlie's, at one time, an employee of Turning Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies. What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now?
Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Which is crazy. Oh, they are having a meeting today. That's crazy. Oh, that's kind of good. Fuck. And this is my thing and why I had to put them in the flop category, even though maybe I'm contributing to it. I am worried that, like, at some point, because there's something about both of them, about Candace and Erica, not Barry at all. But there is something about Candace and Erica that is kind of camp. And I'm like, it is not going to take long before people start, like, standing them ironically. Because it is just entertaining. And there's also just something about two women being in a feud together that, I don't know, it piques my interest. I mean, I don't want to give those women attention, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm entertained. And I keep thinking too, I'm like, she probably would have been better in that Snow White movie than Gal Gadot. Like, playing the evil queen, she would have been good. Everything's fucked. And then this is even more. At least all these three women never cared for any of them. Especially Erica. I was so confused when Charlie first died and people were like, I don't mourn him, but I do feel bad for his kids and his wife. And I'm like, okay, I get the kids, I guess, that, you know, it sucks that they are having to grow up without a dad. And their mom is also, we didn't know how insane the mom was at the time, but she said something once about how, like, she hasn't even told them that he's dead. Because they're, like, little, and she doesn't want to explain death to them, so she just keeps saying that, like, he has a meeting with God or something, and they keep asking, they're like, when is dad coming home? And she's like, not yet. It's like, no, you need to tell them now that he's never coming home. What the fuck? But whatever. So, yeah, I do feel kind of bad for those kids. They're fucked. But I was like, why would I ever feel bad for Charlie Kirk's wife? She married Charlie Kirk. We don't have arranged marriages anymore. She did that on purpose. Why? Okay, the fascist lost her fascist husband? Fuck off. And we've seen the way that she's stepped up since this has happened to, like, just immediately start trying to profit off of his death. It's crazy. Ugh. But then, at least with these three women, never liked any of them. Our other dishonorary flop this week. Nikki's back at it. You feel kind of bad for the kids and they're fucked. You have very low emotional intelligence. What the fuck are you talking about? In what way? Because I feel bad for children? Okay. But so, Nikki, she's on a bunch of shit. She, for one thing, she was talking about something about Gavin Newsom. Yeah, I will ban her, you're right. Oh, I should feel extremely bad? I'm sorry, I don't think about Charlie Kirk's family all that much. I'm a person with, like, a life. Oh, fuck ass. Princess Kitty Glitter, it moved up. And I accidentally hit you. I'm sorry, Princess. Please let me know that you're back. Okay, I think I got it that time. Perfect. Sorry, Princess. So Gavin Newsom, I don't even know what he said, but Nikki said something about, he must have said something about trans kids. Nikki responded and said, imagine being the guy running on wanting to see trans kids. Haha, not even a trans adult would run on that. Normal adults wake up and think they want to see healthy, safe, happy kids. What? What does it even... Imagine being the guy running on wanting to see trans kids. Trans kids do what? Exist? What is she even talking about? And then not Gav, the Gav nots Gav out, sending the next guy on board. I don't even know what she's lost her mind. She's just genuinely lost her fucking mind. And then it was very sad. Kim Petras is one of the few artists that I have blocked on my Spotify because of the amount that she collabs with Dr. Luke. And then my Spotify, just because I listened to so much music that's like Kim Petras, it was just constantly like putting Kim Petras into my playlists. Yeah, you're right. What is it with her and Chucky? That is weird. The amount that she keeps referencing Chucky. She must just love that movie. But the amount that Spotify kept putting Kim Petras into my playlist, at some point I was like, I can't just keep pressing skip. I have to block Kim Petras on my Spotify. And I did. And then I one time unblocked her because I did want to listen to the song that she did with Charlie XCX. And then as soon as I unblocked her, immediately Spotify was like putting Kim Petras songs as like every other song in my playlist. I was like, that's not, I don't know why you took that as like, yes, she wants to listen to Kim Petras. Clearly I don't. But my misgivings about Kim Petras and her continued collaborations with Dr. Luke aside, she is like a trans pop star, like one of the few, maybe the only prominent trans pop star that we have. And she did a collaboration with Nicki not that long ago, a couple years ago. And now, how awful. And especially she transitioned pretty young, I think. I think she was like 12 or 13. So the thing that Nicki is saying is just directly kind of about Kim Petras. Even though she's not talking about Kim Petras specifically, it's like you collaborated with someone who transitioned as a child. And you have such little respect for trans people that you would, it's, ugh. So I felt really, really bad for Kim there. And then JD Vance. Yeah, there's the Chucky again. She was propping up JD Vance. And then JD like retweeted or something and said Nicki better than Cardi. Ew. And then I think Nicki like deactivated a whole bunch of her social media accounts, but not her Twitter for some reason. I don't even know what was going on with that. I don't know what's happening with this lady. And it is sad because she was so talented. And I don't even think she's talented anymore, to be honest. The only things I've heard from her recently, granted, the most I heard from her recently was that terrible diss to Megan Thee Stallion last year. But even before that, the album that she put out, I was like, I just don't think this is that good. Like, not compared to her other shit. So, I don't know. I'm glad that I was never like a full Barb. I always respected Nicki. But I was never like a full stan, and I'm very glad because it's like, to see one of your faves go through this downward spiral, it's not good. You know, and I feel that way a bit about MIA. Because I was a huge MIA fan for a long time. And she's also gone down a weird path. But it's at least not like this, you know? It's like I can kind of pretend that MIA doesn't even exist at this point, you know? I don't even have to really interact with any of the things that she's saying. But Nicki, it's just like these tirades that are so nasty, and then it gets picked up by like right-wingers like JD Vance, who then uses it as a way to like talk shit about another woman, another black woman. Like, yeah, so all my love to the Barbs, to the former Barbs, not the current Barbs. If you're still a Barb at this point, I don't know what to say. But if you're a Barb in mourning, if you're formerly a Barb, then, you know, my heart goes out. What happened to MIA? A lot. It kind of started mostly with like anti-vax stuff, which that stuff I kind of understood. I don't think it's good, but it was like, well, I kind of get like with her background, there is sort of a distrust for the government that I think bleeds into a lot of anti-vax stuff that I can kind of understand. I get how she could get there, and I was almost willing to just kind of like look past that. I was like, you know what? I just don't have to pay attention to her vaccination shit. So, I can just pretend that's not happening. And then it just got worse. It got like, I don't know if she's full MAGA. I don't know if she's endorsed Trump. I feel like she maybe did. But then it got into like this weird born again Christian stuff, and her going on to, I think like, was she on Tim Pool's show? She started like getting very cozy with right wingers, and just a lot happened. So that one just makes me sad. But not enough where I can't listen. Oh yeah, and she released foil hats. I remember that. I saw that on TMZ one day. I was just like I was just scrolling the TV, and there was TMZ, and their MIA was promoting her foil, not just hat. She had like a whole foil outfit. It's like a parody of a conspiracy theorist. Sad. But here are our updates. So Cardi, she did tweet, "I'm so famous," which she is. And when as gross as it is for JD Vance to be using anything with like Nicki Minaj to take a shot at Cardi, as gross as that is, it's like you do want to be on the opposing side from JD Vance. So all in all, this does not reflect poorly on Cardi's character whatsoever. And then also another artist, we have Tyla. She was already going to be in this stream because I do have a few updates on her. This is the first time I've really heard about Tyla again in a while. Which I do think that she's still popular. She must be popular with a demographic that I'm not in. She must be popular with like younger people or something, because every once in a while I'll see her and I'm like, oh, okay, she's still out doing shit, so she hasn't like totally faded away, but like whatever it is that she's doing, it's just not coming up onto any of my feeds or anything. But sometimes when I go to the movies, she's doing ads for Coke or whatever, so she must still be big, but I don't know what the fuck Tyla's up to. But she did, I guess, repost this on Twitter. It says, "Keep that album, delete social media, and hide yourself from the public. Just go away and never come back. You're done. It's done. You are too mentally insane to be in the public eye anymore. It was a good run. You accomplished a lot, revived an entire genre, but it's over now." Which is, probably about Nicki. But here's the thing, because this is kind of exciting of like, oh yeah, Tyla is talking shit on Nicki. Then she went onto her Instagram and said, "In trouble on the net again, hashtag everybody makes mistakes, hashtag everybody has those days, hashtag hacked," and then had like a Nicki Minaj song in the post, so implying that she got hacked because people were saying that. I mean, I guess I could see it as a joke of her making like, oh yeah, I was hacked, like sarcastically, but Nicki Minaj fans immediately took that as like, oh, it was a hack. She didn't actually mean it, which is just like, oh, I hate to see a girl not just standing on business like that, but I don't know. Weird post. Weird situation, kinda. Then she did a show in India, and this is where I'm like, I was seeing stuff from her show in India, but here's the problem, and this is almost where I'm wondering of like why I'm not getting Tyla content on my feed. It almost sometimes feels like she's more of like an influencer who makes music than she is a musician who also happens to, be an influencer because she's a celebrity. Because every single thing that I saw from her India concert, which I guess was really big, everything I saw was about the outfits that the people in the audience were wearing. I have still seen absolutely no clips from the actual show. I don't even know what she performed. When I was looking up, because I needed to find a picture for the slide, I was like, oh, okay, Tyla, India. Didn't even see any photos of the concert from fucking Googling it. what? She makes music, right? She was there to perform music. Why were all the social media posts that I saw about other things? But here's something that I did not really like seeing. And she's very, very young, so maybe she really just does not know. I'm totally like, this is a mistake that many people could maybe make, but this is also really kind of fucked up. She's walking with a tiger that I think the tiger is probably on a lot of drugs, because that's what this type of thing usually is like they drug these animals up so that they'll be more docile. And then, I mean, look at the tiger's like hitting its head on it. Like, this is animal cruelty. I can't deny that. And maybe she feels like she looks cool, but it's not cute. But again, she's a young girl who probably just got told to walk with a tiger and she thought that would be cool. And, you know, my girl has done shit that's weird too. Like, Britney performed in a fucking cage with a tiger. So, everyone makes mistakes. And Doc Antle was there. Doc Antle was in that cage with her in Slave for You. So, that wasn't good either. But I just would have thought that in the year 2025, we all would have gotten the memo by now that, like, this stuff isn't okay. This is animal cruelty. Glad you look cute, girl, but you could have looked cute another way. Oh well. Was it for a photo shoot, a concert show? I don't... What the, Tyla? Because I don't know what this is. I think she just took the video. Because I think she is just kind of more of like an influencer. I think it was just for her social media. But, the Britney thing was the Slave for You performance. People focus on the snake, but if you look, she starts that performance in a cage with a tiger. With Doc Antle next to the tiger. Anyway. Oh, Lotto had a whole birthday party with animals in cages? Ugh. Yeah, maybe just a lot of people have not gotten the memo of what you should or should not be doing with those animals. But even, it's like that was a big part of the Tiger King documentary. Do people just not pay attention to that part? They just thought that Joe Exotic was really funny. But they didn't pay attention to like the actual commentary in the series about like what all of these people are doing to these animals is bad. Yeah, I don't know what the goal of it was. I think it literally was just to take a good video for social media. But I'm not sure. Anyway, in Gaga news, she recently had a show that was interrupted from one of her dancers slipping because it was raining outside. Gaga handled it pretty well. She immediately went to him, and then they even had to... So here's him slipping, you can see. There he goes. There's Gaga realizing what's happening. So he slips, she runs, she stops the show for a bit, and then they had to... There's some videos of them having to rehearse on... They had to put, like, mats out, and so... They were, like, practicing on the mats, like, in the stadium, and then eventually had to, like, run and do it back. So there were a few things that got cut, like the dance break from Garden of Eden got cut, and then I think maybe something else might have gotten cut. There were maybe a few times that the show got stopped. But in a way, I almost think that shows like that are kind of extra special, because it's like you got to have an experience that nobody else did. So good for those fans. Though I would hate to be in a stadium that's raining. I don't understand the point of open roof stadiums. I don't want to be in the rain. Can't they just make a roof that closes? Is it hard? I don't know anything about stadium design, but it just feels like that would be worth doing. But, you know, this is why arenas are better. And everyone who's complaining about the fact that she was doing an arena tour can fuck right off. Because you know who did not have to stand in the rain? The people who were in arenas. Now that she's going to these stadium shows to do her overseas shows, now people are getting rained on, people are falling off stages. Also, you're just so much further away from the stage. It just, the whole thing, when people get really, like, excited about their fave doing a stadium show, it feels like it's just about ego. It feels like it's just about, like, oh yeah, she earned a stadium show, because it's harder to get than in an arena show. But it's like, but the experience as a fan is worse. I guess there's the one upside of, like, you're more likely to get tickets because there are more tickets. But who cares if the show isn't as good? Then this motherfucker, the guy from the Ariana Singapore Wicked premiere, and also, like, I think he crashed the stage for the weekend, jumped up on stage with Katy Perry, interrupted, like, an Olympics race or something. This guy who's just been a menace across the world, just trying to, like, I don't even know, just, like, put his arm around a celebrity for a second and be disruptive. He got arrested at Gaga's show. They caught him, even though he had such a brilliant disguise. They found his ass and they ejected him from that arena. Thank fucking God. And this is what I was saying too, because I did see a lot of people being like, you shouldn't show his face because he just wants attention. I'm like, yeah, he does want attention, but also we need people to know what he looks like to stop him. We need people on alert. You know, we need, like, wanted posters of him around any sort of, like, public event. And see, it worked. Thank God. And then The Weeknd was he posted this photo of Gaga onto his Instagram. And so now there's some rumors that maybe they're going to do a collab together. I'm not sure. That'd be exciting, though. And then also, this is another person who I don't see on my timeline that often. And I really don't know why for this one. I see her on my timeline sometimes, but I need way more Doechii content on my timeline. I don't know why any videos from her concerts are, like, not making it to my timeline. But this did make it to my timeline because this is, that's one of Gaga's dancers. So Gaga was in Sydney for her shows. Doechii also happened to be in Sydney as well. Or I don't remember I think this was Sydney. It was wherever it is. They're performing somewhere that's the same place. And so Gaga's dancers came up and Doechii was dancing with them on stage. And I was like, oh, but why not a Gaga Doechii collab? Why just the dancers? I would love it if they did something together too. But that's okay. That's still a really cute moment. And then Doechii also did say fuck Trump and protect the dolls at one of her recent shows. So thank you, Doechii. We love you, Doechii. And then Charlie came out with an essay this week on her Substack. She's one of the girlies with a Substack. People are ripping it apart. And I'll admit, like, yeah, it's not super well written, but it's also kind of fine. It communicates what she's trying to say well enough that you understand. And I think that, like, people just love picking apart women in particular, but they love editing or criticizing people's writing skills, even though most people are bad writers. Especially, like, essay writing is something that it is a very particular kind of skill, and it doesn't necessarily, the skills from an essayist, they don't necessarily translate to other forms of writing. Like, Charlie XCX is obviously a good writer as a songwriter. That isn't necessarily going to make her a good essayist. And that's okay. She doesn't have to be good at every form of writing. And it's stuff where it's like, I have it right here. Like, some of it, I'm like, yeah, okay, she could... I was gonna say she could use an editor, but I'm like, who fucking cares? It's a Substack. It's not like she was editing... It's not like she was writing it for a major publication. But there's one, I'm like, okay, so although she is often seen and recognized and out, I'm like, okay, yeah, so that's, I think she maybe meant to say recognized when out. Her approach to fame and celebrity are nuanced. So I'm like, okay, yeah, are, it should be is, because she's referencing the approach, which is singular, but she's using a plural word there. So like, yeah, that's wrong. But it's just stuff like that where it's like, it could have just been her typing quickly and not rereading it later. So, I don't know. Everyone just needs to lighten the fuck up. People used to have blogs. Like, celebrities used to have websites where they had, like, a blog section on their website and they would just type out random shit and it wasn't, like, good writing. And I don't feel like people were that critical at the time. Now it's like someone has a Substack and everyone's like, oh my god, let me edit all of their sentences and then make fun of them. Can't we just be nice? Can't we just be nice? And it's also like it's a good article for what she's communicating. Like, again, you understand what she's saying, and I think what she's saying has value. So who cares if it's not written perfectly? Jesus fucking Christ. That being said, Charlie, if you are looking for an editor, I'll do it for free. In other news, Lizzo is pissing me the fuck off again. So, first of all, nothing has really happened. There are no real updates. It says, this is from TMZ. It says, dancers drop fat-shaming legal fight. Published, 2 days ago? 3 days ago? It's not like, so they dropped the fat-shaming legal fight. There was the fat-shaming allegation within the lawsuit that got dismissed by the judge. They had been appealing it, and then they've dropped their appeal. That's all that's happened. Literally, that is all. The rest of the lawsuit is still going. And we already knew that this charge was being dismissed in the first place. So nothing has happened. There have been no real updates. But Lizzo decided earlier today to drop this bizarre new video. I don't even know where she posted it, but I saw it on just Twitter. And it's her of just this like TikTok music, standing there sadly, while this text over top says, the fat-shaming claims against me have been officially dropped by my accusers. They conceded it had no merit in court. Okay. First of all, only one of the people suing you was alleging that part. There's 3 people suing you in that lawsuit, and then there's another 4th person who's suing your company separately of that. But yeah, one of the 4 people suing you dropped one claim. I can't, it's driving me fucking nuts because I'm seeing people replying to it and being like, wow, this is so telling. She deserves an apology. We need justice for Lizzo. I'm like, no, this is the same shit that's been going on. The fat shaming allegation was always one of the lesser claims in the lawsuit in the first place. I can't, and it's so bad because it's like the thing that's so upsetting about it is like the fat shaming allegation was always one of the lesser claims, but it was the claim that everyone clung to because fat phobic people wanted to use it as a way to be like, oh, you mean Lizzo is also fat phobic? It was so disgusting. And not only was that gross at the time, because it was like, okay, that's not the thing that we should be focusing on here. There's a whole lot of other allegations that matter way more. And even then, I think that the fat shaming claim, it had so much more to do with just the environment that they were in, and the fact that Lizzo was very clearly trying to fire people because they started asking for more. And so I'm like, that is just, it's so stupid that people are focusing on this in the first place. And now Lizzo and her legal team are trying to use this as a way to make it seem like the entire case has been dropped just because that one claim got dropped. Oh, I hate it. Oh, so she says they conceded it had no merit in court. There was no evidence that I fired them because they gained weight. Okay, only one of them made the claim about the fat shaming because it never happened. Now the truth is finally out. God, what a bizarre, the way that she's standing to. Why is she doing this? They weren't fired for gaining weight. They were fired for taking a private recording of me without my consent and sending it off to ex-employees. They admitted to taking the private recording too. Oh my God. I have never fired an employee for gaining weight. I have only encouraged and supported people with bigger bodies and shared my platform with them. It's not the point, Lizzo. It's literally not the point. This claim has haunted me since the day it came out. Well, maybe some of the other claims should haunt you a little bit. Like the false imprisonment claim, the sexual harassment claim, the religious harassment claim, the general toxic work environment. Why? That's the only one that bothers you? You piece of shit. It has been devastating to suffer through this in silence, but I let my lawyers lead, and I'm so grateful for this victory. The claim got dismissed months ago. Almost like a year ago. Maybe more than a year ago. Oh my God. I can't. It just would have been so easy for her to just like settle and just be like, oh, sorry about that, and then move on. And it's the fact that she just keeps bringing it up over and over and over again, where it's like, I can't get past it. I can't see her now as anything other than Lizzo from the lawsuit. And to a degree that I almost don't think is fair. Because one thing that I think you can say kind of in Lizzo's defense is like, if she were a white man, would people care that much about this lawsuit? Would they care that much about the allegations? And no, probably not. But that's kind of like the Ellen DeGeneres defense, right? Of like, well, other men who work in the film industry and the TV industry get to treat their employees like shit all the time. Why can't I? It's like, yeah, okay, just because men get away with shit that they shouldn't get away with doesn't mean that you should do it too. But like, okay, sure. Absolutely, the backlash that Lizzo faced was so much bigger than anything that like any white man would face for similar allegations. I'll concede to that. But now you won't fucking let it go. Every time you do anything, it has to be with this victim presentation of like, they betrayed me. I'm so sad about it. I'm so sad that my employees dared to stand up for themselves. I can't. I tried to read that fucking Substack piece that she wrote because I was like, okay, I am genuinely interested to hear what Lizzo has to say about this. And immediately the first paragraph is like, so in 2023, people that I trusted betrayed. I was like, fuck you. And I was just going about my day to day and suddenly here she is. Just like sadly twiddling her little fingers. I would love to get past it, Lizzo. I would love to just look at you as a musician again. And you just won't let me. Also, I guess it's like the music that she's making currently is like not that great anyway, so it's not a huge loss, but it's still, I feel bad for the amount that I hate anytime I see her. But it's like every time I see her, she's just like trying to Darvo her victims. So I can't see her as anything else. And then this kind of made me chuckle a little bit. So Ray performed on the Jennifer Hudson show a while ago, like over a month ago. And I knew that. And then I saw her. I was out and about, and I saw like a TV that just had like, you know, some network shows on or whatever, and it was playing the Jennifer Hudson show, and I saw Ray, and I was like, oh my God. And at first I was like, oh my God, is that Ray on a new thing? And I was like, oh wait, no, this is the Jennifer Hudson show. She already did that like a month ago. So I was like, okay, it's just a rerun. And then I went on Twitter, and then I saw Pop Crave and some other people tweeting about it, but like Ray was on the Jennifer Hudson show, and if you see, that's December 12th, it says. And so I was like, oh my God, wait, was that a new episode? I could have sworn that she already did the Jennifer Hudson show. No, it wasn't. It was a rerun. It was a rerun, but nobody was paying attention the first time, so now people are like posting about it on social media. But you know, that should be inspiring to everybody. Don't give up after one try. Just do it again. Maybe people just weren't looking that time. If you post something and you don't get a lot of engagement, just retweet yourself or something. It's fine. Some people just didn't see it the first time. It's almost nice that reruns exist on television for that reason. Because if anybody missed it back in November, maybe they'll see it in December. Jade had a performance on the Graham Norton show. That was very, very good. And then we had quite a few appearances on some late night shows this last week. So we had Lily Allen on Jimmy Fallon ahead of her SNL performance. And this I did think was really cute. You know, Jimmy is the person who I think, this is what I would have done if I were Ellen DeGeneres. Instead of even trying to defend myself, I would just point out all the terrible shit that men have done in the industry that I was in, just to be like, you gonna cancel any of them? Jimmy Fallon is one of the ones where I'm like, I can't believe he just got away with this shit when Ellen got fully, like, her show ended. Jimmy Fallon had an entire report from Rolling Stone a couple years ago that was detailing all this horrible shit that he apparently does behind the scenes. Not like specific stuff, but like him just generally being an asshole to work with, to the point that people who work for The Late Show or The Tonight Show have special like closets that they go into to cry, and they call them the crying rooms. It popped up on my social media feed for like a day. It trended for like a day. And then immediately everyone was like, oh well. And for what? Because we all need to watch Jimmy Fallon on The Tonight Show that bad? I don't think so. That being said, this was a really cute thing for his, not necessarily him, but his staff to do. The jacket that Lily wears in the album cover for West End Girl, she doesn't own that jacket. That was because it's a painting. So it's just a painting of a jacket. It's not something that she owns. And they made her a jacket to look like it. So now she owns that jacket. That's really cute. That's sweet. Wasn't he always drunk on set? Yeah. He's like a raging alcoholic. And apparently he's mean behind the scenes. Which is ironic too, because I think the thing that you could maybe say, because Jon Stewart has some stuff too of people working with him and being like, he's a fucking asshole as well. But Jon Stewart, I think is more, I don't expect Jon Stewart to be like a super nice person. With Ellen, part of the reason that she got canceled, and this is kind of the same with Lizzo too, is that the branding was very built on like positivity and kindness. And so it's like when it came out that they're actually kind of dicks, then that really hurts the branding. But that's what Jimmy Fallon's entire thing is too. Jimmy Fallon is always just like trying to buddy with people, acting like he's this nice guy, and then he goes backstage and just yells at his employees until they cry. So, whatever. Oh, and she revealed in this interview, she might be turning West End Girl into a play, which is hilarious. Because, I mean, the whole thing started with her Her husband seeming to not like the fact that she was doing a play. And now she might just be doing a play about what a dick he is. Incredible. Just incredible. I hope it gets great reviews. I hope everybody sees it. I hope they film it. I hope they film it and they put it on Disney+. Plus. Oh, it's gonna be so good. She has a tour. It's a smaller tour. A lot of people trying to get tickets for it, so she added some dates, which is exciting. The girls keep doing these small, like these are theaters. I guess maybe because she hasn't toured in a long time, she didn't know what the demand was going to be, but people want to go to shows. As long as the tickets are affordable, people will show up. But so yeah, I'm glad they added some shows. And then on SNL, she did have Dakota Johnson reading the Madeline text messages, and then coming out to kiss her on the cheek. Two very attractive nepo babies right there. I've heard people wonder if this is going to be like a running thing, that she might have, like while she's on tour, she might have a different person every night reading the Madeline text messages, which would be really, really funny and exciting. And one thing too, I don't think I mentioned this in last week's stream, but in the song, the person who's reading the Madeline text messages is Lily, doing like an American accent and changing her voice, and she is very good. It sounds like a different person. So, you know, I'm not surprised that she got awards from her West End premiere. Clearly, my girl is an actress. I've never heard David Harbour do any cool voices like that. Just saying. I guess I didn't see his Hellraiser movies, though. Maybe they were really, really good. And then Sabrina was on Seth Meyers. I think she's going to be on Seth again tonight or tomorrow. Her and Seth are doing the day drinking segment together, which will be really fun. I was so annoyed because I wanted to know, since she did that thing with the TikTok where she was like, and something else I'd like to say, ... and then she was going to be on Seth Meyers. I was like, oh my God, what if she reveals what she was going to say on Seth Meyers? And then they start, you can see right there, he's going through the TikTok, like point by point. And then they just don't talk about it. I was very sad. But it was still a very good interview. She's very charismatic. And Seth Meyers, I do think, is my favorite late night host. I know he's my favorite. But here's the thing. Despite everything that I just said about Jimmy Fallon, if I were to make a list of my favorite late night hosts, my favorite late shows at this point, it would be Seth Meyers, Jimmy Kimmel, then Jimmy Fallon, and then Stephen Colbert. And it's not about him as a person. I definitely like Stephen Colbert more as a person than I like Jimmy Fallon as a person. But Colbert's show is just kind of boring. It's not super entertaining. I don't like the way that he interviews people. Leading me to, well, okay, these two things. Sabrina's also going to be in Fortnite, I guess, a new skin. And then she got 2 votes. 2 write-in votes for the mayoral election. Does she even live in New York? I don't know, but good for her. But Taylor was on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. I hated it. I hated it so much. Oh yeah, I do miss Conan. You're right. Conan was the best. If Conan were still on TV, it'd go Conan, then Seth Meyers, then Kimmel, then Fallon, then Colbert. I hated this interview. Just absolutely hated it. She looks gorgeous. So there's that part. She looks beautiful and Christmassy. But oh my fucking God. Nothing was said. It was a 23-minute interview. I feel like nothing was revealed. I have no further insight into Taylor Swift's life whatsoever. And this is what I hate. Oh yeah, Craig Ferguson too. I did like Craig Ferguson. And you know who else I liked? And I don't know if this is going to be controversial. Maybe people really will not agree with me. I don't know what his current... I haven't checked in on him recently. I used to listen to his podcast a lot, but I don't know what he's up to. I liked the Pete Holmes Show. It used to play after Conan on TBS. It was only like 30 minutes long, and it only went on for like a season, but I really liked it. I was really sad when that got canceled. That was a long time ago. I think I still lived with my parents, so that was like probably over 10 years ago. But that was a real bummer. Anyway, yeah, super fucking boring interview. She didn't say anything. I was kind of looking forward to this one because obviously there's just this huge question surrounding, like, what are Taylor's politics at this point? I think she probably is still like a Democrat or, you know, liberal leaning, but it has been really annoying, disappointing throughout this entire year while Trump has been the president that she hasn't said anything political whatsoever. And then especially, I could kind of let some of that go throughout most of the year, but once the White House started using her songs, multiple songs, in their propaganda videos, then I was like, okay, you have to say something now. This is getting ridiculous. Especially given the amount that she's said things before when people use her music. And the fact that other people, like Olivia Rodrigo has said stuff, Sabrina Carpenter has said stuff, SZA has said stuff, which I'll get to in a second. Everyone else is speaking out against this administration, and you're not. And it's getting weird. It's getting really, really weird. And I thought when she was coming on to Colbert, I was like, okay, well, he kind of is more of like the politics guy. Seth Meyers does cover politics. Jimmy Kimmel does cover politics. Jimmy Fallon doesn't. But I was like, okay, maybe this is the time that Stephen will ask her a question about Trump or something. Or even she has such a good opportunity here to just come on to like the show, because Colbert, as much as I don't like Colbert's show, he does have the highest ratings in late night. He does have the top late night show, and it's gonna get canceled. It is getting canceled. This is his last season because he criticized the Trump administration too much, and he's on CBS, and CBS is like in league with the Trump administration at this point. So they're canceling his show. And it's like that's such a good opportunity for you to just come on to the show and make some sort of indication that you fucking hate Trump by just saying, like, I think it's awful that your show is being canceled. I'm so sorry. I think that's an injustice. That's all you have to say. You don't have to say anything about Trump, anything about the White House, anything at all. Just say, it makes me really sad that your show is getting canceled. And I don't think that that's fair. There you go. And then all the Swifties can be like, see, she's talking about politics. And they're already trying to do that with the fact that she was even on the show. They were like, Taylor went on to Stephen Colbert's show when he is currently under attack by the Trump administration. So obviously she's showing her support for Colbert against Trump. It's like, well, actually she's been on every single late night show since the album came out. The only person she hasn't been on yet is Kimmel. And I would argue at this point, Kimmel might even be a more political figure than Stephen Colbert. Stephen Colbert is kind of in a more political position because his show is getting canceled. But Kimmel is talking out against the Trump administration to a kind of, Kimmel's got more teeth than Colbert does at this point. He's a little bit more blunt. He's a little bit nastier in a way that's like good. So I don't know, maybe the fact that she hasn't been on Kimmel, maybe that says something. But no, I think that she's probably just going to go on to all of them at some point. But so I found this interview to be so boring. And I should have seen it coming because I just hate when Colbert does interviews. He just, like, all late night shows are all pre-planned. You know, the guests get the questions beforehand. They have an answer prepared. With Colbert, it just seems so much worse, though, because he's not doing any sort of back and forth with the guests at all. Like, there's not really any banter. He's just sort of letting his guests monologue to the point that it just feels like they really are just there for promo and to, like, say things and then get applause from the audience. It's not even funny. So this sucked. And then she said this. This is, like, the one kind of thing of note that she said during the interview. She brought up her bread again. I can't keep hearing about her fucking bread. She said, there are corners that are like, give someone else a turn. Can't you just go away so that we can talk about how good you were? And, like, I don't want to. Now, in some ways, I understand what she's saying, and first of all, I would love the fact that you're currently out and you refuse to go into hiding, you refuse to go away, if the music was still good, you know? Like, when you were announcing the life of a showgirl, I was very excited because you made it seem like the album was going to be really good, and then it wasn't. So, for one thing, can't you just go away so that we can talk about how good you were? Part of that is, like, we want to talk about how good you were, and we are talking about how good you were, because you're not as good anymore. The albums are getting worse. The output is getting worse. And a lot of people, they want you to go away so that you can maybe recharge some of your creative juices and then come back with an album that's as good as the things that you did previously. You know, it's not just like, I want to think about how good you were. No, I want you to be at the peak that you had been. And I don't think that that's going to happen until you do, quote unquote, go away for a while, just so that you can live life. It's like, you can't just keep churning out albums year after year after year and expect the quality to be anywhere near consistent, because you're not really living a life. You're not having experiences to write about. But then also this other thing too about, there are corners that are like, give someone else a turn, can't you just go away? Like, okay, the fact that you're acknowledging that you know that you're hogging the spotlight from other people and you don't care is kind of crazy. And here's the, like, big part of it for me, and where I'm like, where she's really, really losing me. You're not just releasing music. You're not even just releasing music videos or just releasing, like, live concert films or something. You're not just producing material. You're not just making art and releasing it. That would be fine. I would have no issue there of, like, you need to go away. You can continue releasing as much music as you want, as much as your little heart desires. What's getting very weird, though, is the fact that you keep promoting the fucking shit out of it to a degree that it doesn't match the quality of the album in the first place, where I've always thought that one of the big problems with the Tortured Poets department and the backlash that album got is, like, she just hyped it up too much. She should have just kind of released it and not made it like a full album with, like, an album campaign. She should just release the songs and be like, these are the songs that I've been working on for the past couple years. Here they are, you know? Just do it kind of casually so that people have lower expectations for what the songs are going to sound like and what the album as a project is going to sound like. She's kind of setting herself up for more criticism in that way by making the expectations for the projects to be so much larger than the actual content can rise to. But then also it's like, it at this point feels like you are just trying to, like, stay number one as long as possible so that other people can't be. And that's weird. You could have just released the album. You didn't have to do all this other promo on top of it. You didn't have to hype it up like this. Especially at the place that you are. You don't need to do any of that stuff. You're choosing to do it because you want to crush other people. And it's getting really hard to watch. And it's getting really it's just so overwhelming because she's everywhere, you know? I do take this, most of the time I take the attitude of like, if you don't like the album, just kind of try not to pay attention to it. You can't not pay attention to anything Taylor Swift does. I went fucking Christmas shopping the other day. I'm walking around the store. I hear in the store an advertisement for the fucking docuseries and the film, the concert film. I'm like, I can't escape her. She's everywhere. I'm so worried that I'm going to get a Life of a Showgirl merch for Christmas because people in my family know that I like Taylor Swift. And to a weird degree, too. This is a thing. This is a prejudice that us white girls face. If you ever say anything positive toward Taylor Swift, everyone immediately thinks that you're like a diehard Swiftie. And you walk into a room and people are like, did you hear what Taylor did? What'd you think of that? I'm like, oh my God. There are so many other pop girls that I talk about. Why does everyone always just focus on Taylor Swift? When she got engaged, I was getting text messages from people. I was like, clearly, she's not my number one girl. Why am I getting text messages for this? But, you know, that's whatever. It's the burden we white bitches face. Everyone just assumes that you like Taylor Swift more than you probably do. But I do like her. I like Taylor Swift. But I can't. I'm sick of her. She won't. She's surrounding me. I can't not pay attention to her. It's not an option anymore. Which is so fucking annoying. But then also, what people are like, whatever. I don't even want to talk about her this much. She's already disrupting the stream. She's taking time away from other women. And speaking of, so there was this Rolling Stone article that came out alleging that a lot of the backlash against Taylor right now is a coordinated AstroTurf attack. I am not going to talk about this article whatsoever today because while Taylor might be comfortable taking up other women's time, I think that at a certain point I have to draw a line of how much we are going to be discussing her during the streams. So, we're going to completely move on from this today. But I do have a lot to say about it, which is why earlier today I recorded a video about it. I still have to edit it. It shouldn't take long to edit because it's just literally me just talking. And it's like maybe 50-ish minutes, maybe less. We'll see what happens when I edit it. But so I should have that up onto the Medusny Deluxe Edition channel probably later tonight, like maybe around like probably maybe a couple hours after the stream ends. Depends what I'm doing. It depends on how long it takes to upload. I don't think it should take that long. So it should be up either tonight or tomorrow at some point on the Medusny Deluxe Edition. So if you would like to know my thoughts about this article, look out for that. It'll be on that channel. And for right now, let's just not even talk about it. Then her new show, her new Eras Tour show, the final show, is up on Disney Plus. It's 3.5 hours long. It includes the Tortured Poets set, but it also includes the rest of the show. And this is my thing too, again, about like she needs to start advertising differently and she needs to stop taking up so much fucking space that she doesn't need to take up, because it's like, what was the risk? You thought that the show wasn't going to do well? You needed to hype it up this much? And this is another thing too. I said that I was going to stop talking about Taylor Swift so much, but I was trying to look into, because I was thinking about the variants, and I had seen so many different reports about, like, there's like 27 variants to, like, there's over 30 variants, and I was like, well, how many variants are there really, and how does it compare to the variants that other people in the industry are putting out? So I went and I counted, and I do think that she is maybe getting too much criticism from this, because when I counted, and I also looked at, like, the list that other people had, like Cosmopolitan had, like, here's all of the Taylor Swift Life of a Showgirl variants. When I looked at their list, I was like, oh, those aren't variants, those are packages. People are counting packages. It'll be like she'll sell a sweater with the album, and then she'll have another package that has a different color sweater and then the same album. And I'm like, okay, those aren't variants. That's the same album, the same cover, the same CD, whatever, just being sold with a different sweater. That's not a variant. So when I actually counted, we went from having like 30 variants to 17. 17 is still a lot. I still think it's too many. But that is the same amount that Mayhem has, so, you know. She is, from what I can tell, putting out, her and Gaga are definitely both on the higher end, from what I can tell, because I tried to count some other women's variants too. I think Sabrina was like maybe 10, I don't remember. Addison had maybe like 5, but Addison's wasn't actually, hers were different. So I was like, so there's like none there essentially. But like, yeah, okay, Gaga and Taylor are on the higher end. They both have like 17. I do think that's too many. Because it's like, I'm not against variants in general, because I do think that they can be like a fun little collector's item for people. But at a certain point, when you're putting out so many, then even just as a collector's item, there's diminishing value, you know, when they're not really rare anymore. So I was like, okay, still too many, but about equal to what other women are putting out. But I was like, but then, okay, even if she's getting more criticism for it than other people, number one, part of the criticism is coming from the fact that, like, she is so clearly in more control of her output than a lot of other artists, you know? She seems to have complete control over the merchandise and the variants and everything, but just chooses to put out shitty merchandise and chooses to put out an amount of variants that she just doesn't need to put out. You know, other people, I don't want to let Gaga off the hook either, but Gaga, I don't know how much influence Gaga has over, like, what Interscope wants to do. So I think that there are some situations where it's like the label wants them to put out more and more albums because they make more money, and maybe it's not the artists themselves, but I think Taylor really could stop it if she wanted to, and she doesn't. So, but then also on top of that, she's a billionaire, so it's like, so she doesn't personally need any more fucking money. And then it's like, but you're also doing countdowns for the variants. So part of the reason that people think that you have so many more variants than other artists is because you're advertising your variants more than any other artist. Yeah, people are probably going to start criticizing you more because you're doing countdowns for them. What are we talking about? Why would you do that? Gaga might have 100% control. The thing for me is just that, like, Interscope, I don't know. I'm a little iffy on Interscope and what they're having people do, but who's to say? Because she is obviously a huge artist. So she probably does have control. But I just using her as an example of, like, I don't know how much a lot of the other artists who are doing all these variants, because people criticize Billie Eilish for it too. And because Billie Eilish has said stuff about it. And I'm like, Billie, some of that stuff might not be coming down to Billie. That might be a record label thing being like, we have to keep making these variants. But I don't know. Who's to say? But Taylor for sure. Because that was her whole thing when she was leaving Big Machine, that she wanted to be in control of like everything. And then suddenly there's more variants than ever. Oh, but my whole thing, where I was starting with this should have just been a live stream. It would have been so much more appropriate as just a live stream during the actual final show, which this is actually the final 2 shows. It's 2 shows edited together. But I'm like, just do one final live stream, because that's more special anyway, of like, oh, we're all watching this together with the fans as the final show. And then there's also lower expectations for the production, because straight up, this is just a worse version of the original Eras Tour film. Like, the lighting is worse. Not even the lighting, but like the lack of color correction or any sort of... It looks so washed out. The camera angles are worse. The editing is worse. It feels like something that they just did one take of, and they used the exact cuts that they used in the original, like, switching. And they didn't, like, just take the footage from the cameras and then make its own edit. Like, it's just bad. It's not a well put together concert film. And so I'm like, why was there this build up for it? Why was it something that like we had to wait for? Why wasn't it just something of like, I want to share my final show with people, let's do a live stream? You could do it on Disney Plus. That's what Elton John did for his last show. That was streamed live. Just do that. You don't have to do this whole build up. But she did. And then there was the documentary. I can't even. We can't get into it right now. I'll probably do a separate video about that too once every episode comes out, because I do want to go back and rewatch it and take some notes. But already, I go so back and forth. Like, there are scenes where I'm like, wow, this actually is kind of moving, and like kind of like a real behind the scenes look at her, and like it is kind of vulnerable, and there is something kind of cool about it. And then it would go to the next scene, I'm like, go fuck yourself. I hate this. It would just flip-flop back and forth between something that seemed actually genuine and then something that just seemed like a commercial. And then to follow up, she starts episode 1. She's talking about like the fans and how much this show is meant to like young girls and stuff. And then there's also stuff about like, the terrorist attack. And then there was a kid's birthday party where children were killed. And it's really sad. It's really upsetting. And then it cuts to a fucking phone call with Travis Kelce, and I wanted to die. It's like, you made me feel things. And I was like remembering of like, oh my God, yeah, she just means so much to young girls. It really is like, and that must be so much pressure for her too. And then suddenly she's talking to Travis Kelce and being like, but your job is so important. It's so much more important than mine. I was like, I want to fucking kill you. Stop. Why are you doing this? She's driving me nuts. Why is she doing this? The thing is, too, is like, there's a part of me that wants to blame Travis and be like, he must be fucking with her mind or something. Why is she acting like this? But then when I see Travis talking about her, he always hypes her up in this way too, of being like, and this was something I really did appreciate about Travis, the way that he would talk about like, she is an athlete. To be on stage like that for 3 hours long, like she is putting in work, like that is a whole lot of toll on your body. And I was like, okay, I like that Travis is like really standing up for her in that way and like really appreciating what she does. And then Taylor goes on to interviews and she's like, he's putting his life on the line. And I'm just thinking about my choreography. It's like, Travis is nicer about your career than you are. Go Gaylor, Travis is her beard. She seems more heterosexual than ever. Maybe that is why it's so weird, though. Where it feels like a different person. But I don't know. I don't know why she would do this. I don't understand it. Also, she updated her albums on Apple Music. They're now in Dolby Atmos, so you can listen to them in Dolby Atmos. If you want to. I don't know that they're going to be better. There's some stuff where it's like, Dolby Atmos remixes sound good sometimes, depending on the song, but sometimes I'm like, this was not necessary whatsoever. But she did change some of the lyrics in two of the songs. In Reputation, in I Did Something Bad, she changed it from, if a man talks shit, then I owe him nothing. What did she say after that? And if he spends my change, then he had it coming. I think that's the second verse. But she changed it to, and if he calls me a bitch, then he had it coming. Which is like a reference to the Kanye West stuff. I don't know why she's changing it now. But then there was another one too, where instead of saying, I don't remember. Oh, damn, never seen that color blue is now, goddamn, never seen that color blue. It's like, what? Why? She can swear now. She was swearing before. That was something too, where they're like, oh, now, people have said, now that she's with Travis, she's like writing sexual songs. She wrote sexual songs before. They were just well written, so it didn't feel as odd. The sexual parts stand out more in like Wood, because it's just written so clunkily that that's all you can pay attention to. But she's definitely written sexy songs and stuff, songs about sex before. Guilty as Sin? Can we talk about Guilty as Sin? One of the best songs she's ever fucking released. And that, by the way, is not on the Tortured Poets set. Going back to the Tortured Poets set of the new final show thing, I still definitely feel like that album was pretty good. I think that it's like, it's diaristic is the thing. And it's diaristic maybe even to a fault, where it's not being edited almost whatsoever. So it feels kind of like, it just kind of goes on and on. It's a long album. Some of the songs themselves are too long. But it feels like confessional. It really does feel like there was something that she wanted to express, which is the exact opposite of Life of a Showgirl. Life of a Showgirl feels like just hollow emotionally. It doesn't feel like she's actually going through anything. It feels like she's just going through the motions of being a pop star in a way that just feels so lifeless and bland. But Tortured Poets Department, she just needed to advertise it differently, and it was a great album. And that really comes through watching the show. I'm like, God damn, this album is still so much better than Life of a Showgirl. But she picked not the right songs to sing live. Like, they're not the best ones. But whatever. Whatever. I guess I'll never hear Guilty as Sin live. And her whole thing about how she wasn't doing the Super Bowl because she wouldn't be able to pay attention to, she couldn't focus enough on Travis if she was planning her Super Bowl performance. Well, now Travis isn't even going to the Super Bowl, so you gave up your performance for nothing. Though it wouldn't have made sense for her to perform in the first place. This is the thing too, is like, I'm not even sure if she's being honest when she says the thing about, when I'm in the stadium, I'm thinking about Travis and I'm thinking about the game or whatever. I'm like, is that really the reason that you turned down the Super Bowl? Or are you just saying that because you think that it's like, that's what people want to hear from you, is you're just so obsessed with Travis that you can't do it? Because I'm like, it just wouldn't have even made sense for her to do the Super Bowl at this point anyway, because you don't really get paid for the Super Bowl. You get a huge boost in music sales. So like, you don't need that at this point, because you already have, like, you're already such a dominating artist that it would make sense for you to just like take a break for a little bit, and then in like 5 years when maybe your career isn't as popping as it currently is, then do the Super Bowl and get your numbers back up. I don't think it would have been a good business decision in the first place for her to do the Super Bowl this year. But is that why she turned it down, or did she actually turn it down because of Travis? I don't know. Hard to tell with that woman. And then so SZA did call out the White House for using her song in a pro-ICE ad. And then the White House responded and said, "Thank you, SZA, for drawing even more attention to the tremendous work ICE offers and doing by arresting dangerous criminal illegal aliens in American communities." And so now the Swifties are trying to use this. They're like, see, we told you. You can't acknowledge them because that's what they want. They just want attention. They just want to be in a back and forth with a pop star. And it's like, okay, well, what is the alternative? Like, oh, they just want attention? It's the White House. This isn't just something of like, oh, we all just ignore it and it goes away. We should be paying attention to what ICE is doing to people right now. That should actually be something that we should all be concerned about and paying attention to. And if celebrities pushing back against the White House using their songs is going to help people be more aware of the atrocities of this administration, then they should absolutely be doing it. What are you talking about? The way that people are bending over backward to defend Taylor Swift right now is just so absurd to me. And it's making me dislike Taylor more. And I don't want to dislike Taylor, but it's like the more and more that her fans defend her for shit, the more I'm like, okay, fuck all of you. Now it feels like you're all in it together. Just this conspiracy for complicity. Ugh. But good job, SZA. We love you, SZA. Pink Pantheress has now announced that she will be using Ticketmaster's face value exchange. So, you know, more and more girlies are doing it. No excuse for anybody else going forward. If any girly comes out with a new tour and they're not doing this, I think that should be a talking point. Zara Larsson had the Empire State Building change their colors for her recently. I don't know how common that is. I mean, I know that the colors change fairly often, right? But I don't know. Is it easy? Is it easy to get the Empire State Building to change the colors? Or is this like a real accomplishment? I mean, it is an accomplishment. She has definitely come very, very far this year. But I don't know how easy it is. Also, it doesn't look that good on that building. Maybe it probably looks better in the dark. Full dark. But that's cute. Beyonce Bowl is set to leave Netflix on January 5th. This, I'm like, okay, I don't know who is in charge of this decision. Could be Netflix, could be Beyonce. I would be inclined to think it was Netflix because it's not just... Well, that one says Beyonce Bowl. So that's not, I don't think that's the full football game. But I'm like, okay, a lot of that stuff gets licensed to Netflix, so like they have final say. But with Beyonce, oops, sorry. I'm still mad at her for not ever releasing that fucking Renaissance tour film after it got out of theaters. I saw it in theaters once. And I didn't see it in the best theater. Like, I happened to go to like a smaller, more local theater because that was the time that worked best for me. But it wasn't like the sound wasn't very good. It wasn't very loud. The seats kind of sucked. I was way too far to the front. And so it was just not an optimal viewing experience for me. And I was like, well, I would still like to see it again. But then it was out of theaters so quickly. It went out of theaters, I think, faster than Taylor's did. And then it was just nowhere to be seen after that. I can't even, like, you can't even find pirated versions online. And believe me, I tried. Why is she gatekeeping her content? I want to see it. I want to watch it. What the fuck? Yeah, exactly. What's she got against visuals these days? I've heard people say that, like, she'll probably release all of it at once the third album comes out in this trilogy that she's doing. And I'm like, but why? What's the What's the game plan there? What's the strategy? I don't know why that would be better than just releasing it as it was coming out. Ugh. Maybe it's just like a thing of like trying to preserve some feeling of exclusivity. I don't know. But then it's like, could you have warned us beforehand? Could you have said that like it's gonna go into theaters and then never be released again? So make sure you get to the theater. Because I would have gone to see it again in the theater if I had known. Whatever. But now on to our new girlies. I had to use this photo of Addison because I love it so much. She has the opposite problem that Taylor has. For sure. And I need them to meet in the middle. I need Taylor to promote a little less, put out a little less. I need Beyonce to promote a little more, put out a little more. There's a happy medium. Anyway, on to someone who's killing it this year, Miss Addison Rae. So I did kind of want to go through the history of Addison a little bit, just to contextualize like where this album is sitting within her meta-narrative, her larger meta-narrative, and I'm going to do that with Tate as well. So we're going to go through their histories a little bit. So, Addison, she went to LSU with the intent of becoming a Tiger Girl, which is, I guess, their like little cheer team or something. That they're bigger. They're known for like their dancing and stuff. Not as much as, like a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader, though I don't think they're a college thing. But I guess LSU, they've got like a big dance team. That's the background that Addison comes from. She is a dancer. She did not make it into the Tiger Girls, but she did go to LSU for like, I don't know, 3 months or something. Immediately though, or very quickly after starting college, or like right before starting college, around that time, it must have been before, it was the summer before, because it was July of 2019, she started to make TikToks, she said, just as a joke, just as like a fun thing to do, and then her videos just started going viral. And this is the thing that a lot of people have a real prejudice against Addison Rae because of her start as like a TikTok girl, and especially as a TikTok girl who I think was considered to be someone who kind of just blew up because she blew up, I think, because she's like pretty and white and skinny and the things that people want women to be. But she was doing these little dances, and they were just little TikTok dances. So there is kind of already this narrative around her of like white mediocrity that people have kind of some resentment toward her in that way. For me, I think part of the reason that I have been not hard to get on the Addison train is that I just didn't really follow any of this. I didn't even really know. I was not on TikTok at the time. I think I downloaded TikTok once, was very confused by it. It was like, so it's just like Vine but longer. And then I immediately was like, okay, I don't want anything to do with this. Then like COVID happened and everyone was on TikTok by that point. But I didn't know who this girl was. It seemed like something that Zoomers were doing. And that was the first time where I remember feeling like, oh, I am not a part of the youngest generation anymore because I do not know what's going on from this. So I didn't have any sort of real prejudice against her. But she was briefly a part of the Hype House. Again, this is something that I just never... I know of these different influencer houses. I've never followed any influencer house. I don't fully understand what they are. I guess they just all live in one house and they make content together. But then there's some of them that I think are more predatory than others, that like some you have to like pay dues for, and then you get into like weird contract stuff. It's very weird. The entire culture of like influencer houses, not something that I'm super privy to. But I know that they exist, and I know that she was in one. She was in the Hype House. And she, I guess, dated Bryce Hall for a while. I kind of know who Bryce Hall is, and I know that he's like a Trump supporter. So gross, but I They were both very young at the time. Is he in here? No, I don't think Bryce is in this photo, but there's Addison. So she was kind of briefly in the Hype House because she was one of the like top earning TikTokers in the world by like August of 2020. So from July of 2019 to August of 2020, she's already just kind of outgrown this. Maybe not like the D'Amelios were also very, very big, but Addison really did seem to blow up pretty quickly. When I was looking at the numbers of how fast it took her to get to 1 million, it was like, so she started posting and gaining prominence around July of 2019. She has over 1 million followers by November of 2019. That is crazy. Just from doing little dances. And not even complicated dances. So then she left the Hype House in May of 2020. She then became friends with Kourtney Kardashian around this time. This is where I start to know who Addison Rae is. I know that Kourtney Kardashian is friends with some sort of influencer who is significantly younger than her, because that was a big point of discourse at the time. Is like, is Kourtney Kardashian going through a midlife crisis that now she's hanging out with like a 20-year-old? I never thought it was like that big of a deal. I was like, are they fucking? What are we so concerned about? It's just like a 20-year-old and a 40-year-old just kind of hanging out, right? I don't know. It didn't seem that weird to me. But I also didn't follow, I wasn't watching the Kardashian show at the time. So I don't know if it was like a weird relationship. Like, were they weird about it? I don't know. I just knew that it was a point of conversation, that people were freaked out by Addison hanging out with Kourtney Kardashian. But this also does add to this narrative around Addison of her being like a clout chaser and wanting to, you know, just pal around with other like really famous people. Yeah, her teeth are very white. Especially the front teeth. And then she was in the movie He's All That. This is where I actually become like aware of Addison Rae, because of the amount of like commentary YouTubers who were making videos making fun of this movie. It was a gender flipped version of She's All That, the rom-com from the 90s. So she's playing the like boy character, but you know, as a girl. And I kept seeing clips from the movie in these commentary videos, and I was like, I don't get what the big deal is. Like, it's just a remake, and it has like a TikToker in it, but she doesn't seem to be that bad. The clips that I saw, I didn't think her acting was horrendous. Kourtney Kardashian's acting was horrendous, because Kourtney Kardashian was in it, because she was friends with Addison at the time. But whenever it flipped back to Addison, I was like, that just seems like a normal... Maybe it wasn't like peak acting. Like, I didn't think like, oh wow, she's really good. But I was like, for a TikToker who just got given this Netflix movie, I think she's doing an okay job. I didn't really understand... Again, it was something where I was like, I can kind of see the criticism people have of like, she got this too easily or something, that she just made some little dance videos in her room and now she's got a Netflix movie. But I was like, this is during the era where Netflix was just kind of cranking out shit, you know? It's almost like a made-for-TV movie. So I didn't think it was that big of a deal. It wasn't like she was in a big theatrical release. And I also just didn't think that she was that bad. And I couldn't quite understand why everyone was... There just wasn't much to talk about for me. It's like, why is everyone making videos about this when it's just like a fucking Netflix movie? A like mediocre Netflix movie. Don't we have better things to do? But I don't know, maybe the movie really was that bad or that cringe. I'm not quite sure. Still haven't watched it. Then she did get some backlash for this. She went on to Jimmy Fallon's show, and they were doing like a bit where it was like they had these TikTokers on to do these TikTok dances. And then people were upset about the fact that they weren't crediting the Black creators that came out with these TikTok dances. And I was like, okay, I kind of get it. I'm not quite sure why Addison is getting criticized for it. This seems like a criticism that maybe should be lobbied against the production of the show. Like, she was just on, she was asked to come do these dances for the late night show, and she did it. I don't think it was on Addison to tell the production of the Tonight Show, hey, make sure that you credit these performers. I don't think she was in a position in her career at that time where she could even make those kinds of demands, and she probably didn't even think about it, which, you know, is like a sign of her privilege. And that's a problem with like the TikTok stuff in general, is like usually it often is like Black creators coming up with these dances, and then white creators who do the dances are the ones that get famous for it. So I understand the frustration from like a systemic level. I didn't understand why Addison specifically was getting shit for it. Because it's like, it wouldn't have been that hard for the Tonight Show to just put up a thing of like, this dance was created by this user. I think that that's something that the Tonight Show should have been criticized for, of them not sourcing any of these things. But yet again, Jimmy Fallon gets away with it. Making his employees cry, showing up drunk as hell, not crediting the creators of these dances, and then everyone gets mad at Addison. That's not fair. Did she claim to have made them up? I don't think she did. Maybe she did. But I never got that impression. I thought that they were just like, hey, do TikTok dances. But maybe she did try to take more credit. I'm not sure. Then this one, I'm like, okay, I understand this one. I understand why she's getting shit for this. She did go up to Donald Trump at, one of those things. Like a boxing match. I couldn't think of the word. It was like the thing where people hit each other. She went up to him at the match, which is crazy. It's crazy the fact that she got this fucking close to him. Granted, he was the president at this time. This is when Biden was president. Yeah, UFC. He wasn't the president at this time, but it's like he still was. He has the Secret Service continue to protect you even when you're not in office. How the fuck did they just let this TikToker just walk right up to him and be like, hello, Mr. Trump? That was kind of crazy. But yeah, she did walk up to Trump and said, so nice to meet you. Here's the thing. I don't want to defend her in this instance, because I think that this was a very apathetic thing to do. I think that ultimately she just kind of wanted attention. She wanted clout. She is, she's a hustler, you know? She knew that this would get attention. She saw the most famous person in the room, and she went to him. I think that that's mostly what happened here, and the fact that it's a fascist, not good. Even if you want attention, keep it with Kourtney Kardashian. Go mess with another Kardashian, you know? Don't go up to Donald Trump. So I'm not going to defend her on that. However, people have continuously used this to claim that she's a Trump supporter, that she voted for Donald Trump, and she just isn't. She has said in multiple interviews that she does not support Donald Trump. She has, she specifically said, she at one point said, well, first of all, I don't even vote. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that ain't it. But then I think since then, she endorsed Kamala Harris in 2024. She has spoken out against Trump this year, which is more than some people could do. And it's just very clear to me that her politics do not align with Donald Trump's politics. So I understand the criticism of her in this instance for going up to Donald Trump. And I think that she could do more to, like, say, I should not have done that in retrospect. But she is not a Donald Trump supporter. She did not vote for him. She's not in favor of his politics. So let's just get that out of the way. But this is where I'm like, okay, I understand people having some prejudice against her from this. She also did a lot of like, there's a lot of paparazzi photos of Addison that are just iconic. So this was during the pandemic, and she had her like clear glass mask. She's serving. I can't even deny it. It's so good. Is this a less effective thing to do than wearing an actual mask? Maybe. I don't know. I didn't look into it. I've never even thought about buying one of these, so I've had no reason to do research into that. But it's definitely probably better than like the mesh masks that Miss Del Rey was wearing. So this was a serve. There were a whole lot of other photos though of her just kind of wearing these like very interesting outfits, and people were getting annoyed at her for that because it seemed like she was maybe calling paparazzi on herself, or just wearing outfits with the intention of like causing enough attention to get the paparazzi called. And I was like, okay, well that's just kind of iconic. She looks so good in the photos that what can I say? I'm gonna get offended that she called paparazzi on herself? Who fucking cares? But I guess it adds to like the clout chaser narrative. Then there was a whole bunch of drama with her fucking parents. And so maybe we can kind of see how some of Addison's more narcissistic traits, her clout chasing, maybe we could see where that comes from, because her parents were extremely involved in her early influencer career, kind of like the D'Amelio family. It became a family business, essentially. Her and her mom even had a podcast together. It was a lot. Her dad is a fucking creep, though. So he had like a 5-month affair with a woman named Renee Ash, she was 25, he was 46, which wouldn't be so terrible, except, I mean, I don't know. I mean, he's married. That's kind of the worst part of it, is that he's cheating on his wife. And then he was lying to Renee about the state of their marriage and saying that he was going to like marry her and have babies with her. And then she found out that he was hitting on other girls, both in person and also, she said, even over FaceTime, which I was very confused about that. I was like, why is he on FaceTime with those girls? How did he get their numbers? And then she saw footage of him grabbing a 19-year-old's ass in like some other TikTok or something. It was a whole mess. He apparently was like just cheating on Addison's mom a lot. And especially with like younger girls. And then eventually he started an OnlyFans. And Ray unfollowed her dad on Instagram. Then, oh, and also this woman, the Renee Ash, she went to Page 6 and was like telling them everything and giving them screenshots of text messages. Like, so embarrassing for Addison that like your dad cheated, and now all the evidence is public. Now it's all a public spectacle. Like, ooh, awful, terrible. And then her fucking mom started getting into this thing with Young Gravy, because Young Gravy is a musician. I don't know, would you call him a rapper? I wouldn't, but I guess some people would, maybe. He's a musician, but he's got this thing for MILFs. That's the thing that he's known for, is he loves MILFs. He loves older ladies, which, you know, maybe a little weird to fetishize women based on their age, but I'd rather it be that than the other way. So, good for him, I guess. So he starts like going after Addison's mom following this whole scandal and being like, I can treat you right. And then they kind of have like a back and forth. They maybe sort of start dating. I don't know if they were ever like officially dating, or if it was more of like just like a fun troll kind of thing. She eventually goes with him to the VMAs and is like making out with him at the VMAs. It got into a whole thing where like then her dad was challenging Young Gravy to a boxing match. There was a back and forth with the dad and Young Gravy. Eventually, Addison unfollows her mom on social media too. I think she has refollowed her mom. I don't believe that she's refollowed her dad, which is smart. That was correct. Oh yeah, this is her dad going at it with Young Gravy. He's adding Young Gravy and says we're taking the leftovers. Oh, disgusting. What a disgusting man. This is the thing too, is like, I don't even, okay, a 46-year-old dating a 25-year-old, I'm like, okay, a 25-year-old, that's an adult. If it works for that particular couple, I think that there are couples that can work for. There are age gaps once everyone's a full adult that like can work. But it's like with guys like this, it's like, and the same thing with Leonardo DiCaprio, where I'm like, I mean, his are way younger. He stops dating them at 23, which is very young. But it's like, it's the fact of like the repeated pattern of like, okay, but you're specifically going after younger girls in a way that's very weird. Because I think that the age gap can be kind of a red flag in a lot of relationships, but it's not necessarily like a full-on, like, that's a bad relationship. It's the same thing as like a wealth gap between a couple. You know, it can definitely be used by the wealthier person to like have power over the less wealthy person, but it also, depending on the couple, it could be fine. But this guy, if you're referring to your ex-wife as leftovers and you're continuously dating younger women, you're doing it for a reason. You like having that power over them. You want to have something to leverage, and that's disgusting. You're a pervert. I'd rather spend time with my daughter and 2 grandkids. Okay, well, your daughter doesn't want to hang out with you at this point. That Sherry Nicole made me abandon as a child in order to be with her? Like, what? What do you mean she made you abandon your children? Never let a woman make you choose between her and your blood children or your blood child. What? I even forgot this was in here. Abandon? You can't. No one can make you abandon your kids. You chose to do that. Weirdo. So then Addison launches her music career in March of 2021 with the song Obsessed. It is widely panned. It's the same thing with She's All That to me, where I'm like, the song is fine. I think the song is fine. The song is honestly like kind of good. I like the song. The video is a mess. The video is a full fucking mess. But the song is fine. But it gets widely panned. Everyone makes fun of her for no reason. And this is where I started to become like Team Addison. Because to me, I thought that the backlash against the song was so overblown. And it reminded me a lot of when I was a kid and I loved Hilary Duff, and Hilary Duff came out with, you know, her own album, her first album Metamorphosis, and then continued to make music. I've always felt like there was so much judgment put onto Hilary because she was like the Disney Channel girl, and people were making fun of her for that and not taking her seriously for that. And that upset me because I loved Hilary Duff. And I was like, this feels like it's kind of the same thing for me, of like, because she was a TikTok artist, people aren't taking her seriously, even though the music is absolutely fine. I would even say, like, as a singer, I mean, Hilary Duff's earlier songs are like kind of rough vocally. As a singer, I thought Addison sounded totally fine. And so I was kind of like already starting to rally behind her of like, okay, I see what's happening. The people are really just being prejudiced against her because she's a TikToker. And they're not actually just thinking about her music in isolation. That being said, the video is bad. But she had been booked for iHeartRadio for an iHeartRadio performance, but then pulled out because she said she didn't feel ready. And decided to pull back to focus on developing her artistry. And develop her artistry, she fucking did. So she met Charlie XCX sometime around 2021 while working on her debut album. Charlie will become like a big mentor for Addison. I still don't know how they met, but I guess they met somehow. And then she's working on quite a few songs. A lot of the songs leak in 2021, including I Got It Bad, and then there was another one called To Die For. The music starts to gain like a big cult following on like pop stan forums. Deservedly so. So in August of 2023, she finally releases her EP, which is called AR. It only has 5 songs, including Obsessed, but also I Got It Bad, which is one of the leaked demos. And Charlie said at one point, she said, I text her all the time, release I Got It Bad. Because Charlie was correct. That song is a banger. It's so good. And then she had To Die For, this time featuring Charlie XCX, because Charlie loved that song so much that she wanted to be on it. So we really do have Charlie to thank for Addison's career. I mean, I think Addison would have made it either way, but I definitely think that Charlie had a big hand in legitimizing Addison as an artist to a lot of like snobby pop stans, but also like kind of giving, I think, Addison more permission to not just make like the songs that you think a TikToker is gonna make, you know? She did seem to encourage Addison's artistic expressions. And then also the other one she did, and Gaga fans at the time really did not like this. And I was like, you know what? It's got to go to somebody. She did Nothing On But the Radio, which is a song that Gaga wrote and did like a demo for years ago, back in like 2008, 2009, I think. Maybe later. It might have been a later one. But Nothing On But the Radio was this old Gaga demo that people have heard, people have loved for a very long time. There's always been a big demand for Gaga to release Nothing On But the Radio. And then when it started to get rumored that Addison was going to do it instead, there were a lot of Gaga fans that were not happy about it. But it was like, well, Gaga's clearly never putting the song out, and she might as well give it to somebody else. But then also on top of it, and I can't say because Gaga only ever did the demo, so we don't know what the finished version would have sounded like, but Addison's version is better. I think she has a voice that works for that song better than Gaga's did. And the production on it is just really good. Like, it was a very good version of that song. Kind of the ideal version. So this is where I was like fully like, I'm on the Addison train. She then was featured in either one of the first or the first Brat remix, which she did with A.G. Cook on Von Dutch in March of 2024. She literally just screams. I mean, she has a full verse too, but one of the main parts of the song is just her just going, I don't want to do it loudly because, you know, neighbors, but she's just going, it's so good. And it's so smart. And she did it all on her own. She just went into the booth. She just started screaming. Because she's a visionary. She's an icon. So, you know, this is like, who's to say what would have happened? Maybe we always would have gotten the remix album. But with this being like one of the first remixes, if not the first, there's an argument to be made that like maybe we wouldn't even have the Brat remix album without this one song. This kind of kickstarted the whole thing. So everybody say thank you to Addison Rae. She then released her first official single for this current album in August of 2024 called Diet Pepsi. It was very Lana Del Rey inspired, very like early Lana, including like there is kind of like a meta reference there of Lana had My Pussy Tastes Like Pepsi Cola. Addison's is called Diet Pepsi, which is very funny too that it's not even just Pepsi, it's like Diet Pepsi. There's sort of an acknowledgement of her making something that's derivative, you know? This is her first song signed to Columbia Records. It's also her first song on the Billboard Top 100. It peaks at number 54 and spends 20 weeks on the chart. So this is where Addison is now like, she's a pop star. And this is also too, this is something that I like about Addison, and this is where I think that she has a lot more potential than someone will talk about later. I can see Addison's influences. It is very clear that Addison is a pop stan. You can I think she's a Gaga daughter, for one thing. She also clearly stands Lana. She stands Britney for sure. And a lot of other people. It's like, I can see the evidence of Addison Rae being like an educated pop stan. She has references. She has other pop girlies that she's getting inspiration from, which for some people that's harder to say. And then not only was the song pretty good, you know, it is very Lana-ish, which I think maybe sort of docks at a point of like it not feeling totally original, but it's also it's a Lana song from like an era that Lana is no longer in. So it's like, well, yeah, sure. It's the same thing with like Nothing On But the Radio with Gaga, of like, well, if Lana's not gonna do it anymore, we might as well let her do it. But not only is the song pretty good, the video is just incredible. Just the visuals from this point out. She flopped with Obsessed. Obsessed did not have a good video. Everything else Addison is going to do at this point, visually, incredible. Perfect. No notes. She also, in this album too, if you go back and you watch it, she's already teasing Aquamarine here. There's a little bit of like a thing from Aquamarine. So it's like she's planning. She's got things lined up. This isn't a one-off. She's making moves. She has a strategy. She has a game plan. Then she performs Diet Pepsi during the Sweat Tour. I think this one was this at Madison Square Garden? Did you guys get Addison and Lorde? Is that what happened? Must have. He's got a fucking shirt that says New York City. What a show. But so she performs with Charlie and Troy. Looks incredible. She also attends the VMAs around this time, and she has this like incredible outfit. Yeah, you were at that show, Matt. Because it was, I think, the only Madison Square Garden show. You're very lucky. I did get the first. They came to Detroit first, so I got the first show. So that was exciting on its own. But goddamn, I would have left. We never get good guest spots in Detroit, is the thing. Guest appearances only ever happen in like LA or New York. But good for you guys. She goes to the VMAs. She doesn't perform or anything, but she's just at the VMAs. She does like the red carpet. She's in the audience. And it's like every time that it even like cuts to just like some footage of the audience, I just see Addison Rae. She's in this incredible big puffy, it's very like Madonna Like a Virgin performance from the first VMAs, that kind of big puffy dress, and then she's got her like little feather thing on her top. It's so good. And I saw so many people being like, oh my god, she looks so ridiculous because she has this like girly hairdo of like her long perfectly done hair. She needs to like do more edgy makeup and do more edgy hair to pull off a look like this. And I'm like, no, you just don't get it. This is incredible. The fact that she's doing this like kind of girl next door hairstyle with this big, no, you just don't understand. You just don't have, and that's fine. There's things that you probably do understand, but you don't understand this. This is perfect. This is exactly what she should have been doing. She was correct. And I was mesmerized by her. Every time I even saw a glimpse of her on that screen, I could not take my eyes away from her. It wasn't that great of a VMAs anyway, so it wasn't that hard. And then we have the Aquamarine video in October of 2024. I wouldn't say I was that late on this, but Aquamarine came out the same night as Disease. So I knew at the time that Addison had a song out. And I at one point tried to put it on after I listened to Disease. I put it on for like half the song, and then I immediately just switched it off because I was like, I can't, I'm in Disease. I have to listen to Disease again. So I wasn't quite ready that week. But the next week, I got into Aquamarine and got into this video, and it's perfect. And I was already on the Addison train, but this is where it was like solidified for me. I was like, if anyone talks shit about this girl, they're just wrong. There's no way around it. Aquamarine was the moment where it was like, it was sealed. She is a pop star. She is an icon. She knows what she's doing. And then, so the music video is amazing. The choreography is perfect. And this is true throughout the rest of her career thus far, you know, still early. But like the choreography is so perfect because it blends this, like, it is very TikTok-esque, where some of the movements are just kind of these small like arm movements, but also it's elevated. And it's something where like no one is ever going to look that good doing that dance unless they are also a dancer, unless they have the training that Addison had. It's perfect. And here's the thing too, people complain about songs that are meant to sound like TikTok songs, and I think that can be annoying sometimes. Sometimes there are some songs where I'm like, okay, I can tell that was like meant to be a TikTok song, but it also works, you know? Like a song with like a punchy little lyric or whatever, it can work. When people complain about choreography and pop videos looking like TikTok dances, I'm like, yeah, but here's the thing. The girls doing them are usually girls that can't really do other dances. Like Taylor's most recent, the Fate of Ophelia video. I think the dancing sequence in that video, where she has like the kind of, it's not like a flapper dress, but it's like similar, and she's dancing there, I'm like, that's perfect, because that is very TikTok-esque, and you can tell that because they did do other videos where I was like, oh, they think that they're gonna get a TikTok trend going with this. They're not. But I could tell that was the intent. And I was like, well, that's perfect, because Taylor can't really dance, you know? So they have now found this way for her to kind of do things like a pop star who dances, but in a way that is way more accessible for her. So I was like, that's perfect. And with with Addison, it's like, well, she can do other dances, but it is also very cool to see her doing these kind of TikTok-esque dances and doing them like with the skills of a dancer, and more than she ever did on TikTok. I've seen the clips of her doing dances on TikTok. I'm like, she's fine. But in her music, I'm like, that's perfect. Perfect. And then also this song did have a remix with Arca that was called Arca Marine, which is fun. And again, it's like she's in the kind of cool girl area of pop music, like doing work with Arca, doing work with Charlie, doing work with A.G. Cook. She is really... We'll talk about it in a bit, but the amount of people that are still acting like she is doing this like cookie cutter pop industry plant shit. It's like, what are you fucking talking about? What are you talking about? So this is now, we're getting into 2025. So this is this year. This is what we're now considering is like this year, but that was all the lore. So she's on the cover of Rolling Stone in February, confirmed she's working on an album. She looks incredible. She then releases the High Fashion music video in February. The video is incredible. This song took me a minute. It wasn't my favorite at first, but the video was always incredible. And this is the comment where Lord left a comment that was like, it's so good. It's like so yummy to see someone... What did she say? I don't remember. So, it's so yummy to see someone like fully in their body. And I was like, she's so right. Like Addison is just so good at using her body. Or she's just like rolling around on the floor with like this powdered sugar around her. And I was like, oh, this is fantastic. She's so good at this. Oh yeah, right there. It's so yummy seeing someone sew in their body. She's correct. She is correct. And then she did Coachella with Arca. She announces June 6th is the release for her album with her underwear. She had a pink pair of panties and then like a see-through dress. And she turned around June 6th. That's when the album's coming out. Fucking fantastic. So then she releases Headphones On in April. Again, this song is perfect. Like headphones. High Fashion took me a second. I didn't get into it like right away. Headphones On, I was like, oh, this is a masterpiece. This is a masterpiece. And again, the video is so fucking good. And it is kind of like it's a song about her love of music. It's about how she says, I gotta accept the pain. Need a cigarette to make me feel better. Every good thing comes my way, so I still get dolled up. So I put my headphones on. I listen to my favorite song. Relatable. She is a girly that really does love music and loves pop stars. And this is where, too, it's like we start seeing more influence of, like, Madonna. It's very, like, Ray of Light. And throughout the album, you can pick out all these different references of, like, it kind of sounds like this, but it doesn't fully sound like that. But you can tell that she knows the music. She knows other pop girlies' discographies. And then she also is talking about her life. She says, wish my mom and dad could have been in love. Guess some things weren't meant to last forever. I compare my life to the new It Girl. Jealousy's a riptide, it pulls me under. Wow. That's confessional songwriting, okay? That's real life right there. That's perfect. Then next, she does Fame as a Gun, and this again. The lyrics are kind of about her not being taken seriously and like her own quest for fame. It's very self-aware, it's very self-referential, and the video is perfect. The video is where I really start to see like the Gaga influences coming through. Even like the dress that she's wearing looks very similar to something Gaga has worn. It's perfect. It's perfect. Oh yeah, here's the lyrics. It's no mystery, I'm gonna make it, gonna go down in history. Don't ask too many questions. God gave me the permission. I love that line. I love God gave me the permission. Because it's sort of like, it's very like tongue-in-cheek, but still like pretty narcissistic and in a way that I like. Oh, it's so good. And when you shame me, it makes me want it more. Like just a reference to the way that people weren't taking her seriously. And she was like, you know what? I still want this. I want to be a pop star. I don't care if people don't like what I'm doing. Perfect. Perfect. And then her album came out. It was June 6th. June 6th. She does have a few, because I was counting the variants that different people had. No alternative album cover for her. The only variants that she has like a cassette tape, I think, and like a CD, so if you count those as variants, then I guess you can count those. But then, like, there's like a few different colors of vinyl. No different album cover. And a lot of people, they didn't like the album cover when it first came out. They thought it looked cheap. They thought it looked like too retro. And I was like, no, you just don't get it. It looks exactly like a 2000s album cover, but like it's so perfect. I love this is perfect. This is perfect. And there's no alternative album cover because she doesn't need one. Because she got it right the first time. And she stood by it. This is another thing that I've been thinking about too in terms of album variants and why I think they kind of bother me a little bit. Not bother me in terms of... I guess there's some of like the capitalistic stuff that bothers me a little. But I also, again, I think that like it's kind of cool to have, for fans to have like different collector's items or whatever. I can kind of square that. I think the thing that bothers me about the different album covers, because I saw someone else point this out and I was like, this is so true. Men don't do this. Men don't do different album cover variants. Maybe sometimes, maybe every once in a while you'll find like an example of them doing it. But for the most part, it's female artists doing these different album covers, and it does kind of feel like women needing to be agreeable and having to give people other options. So it's like you can't just stand by the thing that you're putting out. So you have to just give everybody multiple different versions of like whichever one you like the best. And it is kind of sad. So I like the fact that Addison has no alternative album covers. This is what the album cover is, and that's what she does. Your tone in this cracks me up. I feel like you don't even get like this for Gaga. I think for me, it's with Addison, it's like a little bit more defensive because some people still like really don't take her seriously. And she did still just take me by surprise. Even though I was already sort of on board before, it's like every new thing she puts out, I'm like, yeah, that's what she should have put out. And I can't believe that she's been so fucking consistent. And then, so the album is critically acclaimed for one thing. And this is another thing too, where people are just not taking her seriously. And I'm like, I don't even understand why you're not taking her seriously at this point, because it's like the fucking proof is there. It got a 79 out of 100 on Metacritic. I almost feel like that's way too low. I think that some people still, when they reviewed it right out the gate, were just like, oh, the Addison album. But it debuted at number 4 on the Billboard 200. It's on a fuck ton of year-end lists. I've been trying to keep track as these year-end lists come out with like the girls that I know are going to be on the bracket, because I've got a section in the final bracket slideshows of like how many year-end lists did everybody get on. Addison's on most of them, and she's ranking high. She's currently number 9 on Album of the Year on the website. Number 9 most critically acclaimed album of the year. And there's still people out here acting like she's not the real deal. It's crazy. She also, and people are acting like she's an industry plant and like she's just this manufactured artist. She made this album with 2 other women, and that's it. It's her, Elvira Anderfeld, and Luca Closer writing every single song, and then Elvira and Luca are the producers. That's it. It's just the 3 of them. The album is just the 3 of them. And then I think there was maybe one other person who did like some work on one song. But otherwise, this is a project made fully by one group of 3 women. So I don't know how we're saying that this is something that like her label put together for her. These aren't like super known producers. These aren't people that just worked at Columbia and then get paired up with everybody. This is something that 3 women made together, organically. What are we talking about? And then the same day that she released the album, she also released a music video for the song Times Like These. And this is where, again, I can't understand. So, I have to call a few people, well, just at this moment, one person, but then another person in another minute. I watched the YouTuber Honest talk about this album, and it's like, oh, I kind of like it, but it also, the lyrics are really generic. I was like, what are you talking about? And I keep seeing this criticism of the album a lot of places that are like, the lyrics are generic. She's just talking about the same things that other artists do. It's like, it's so clearly personal. These are personal songs. These are like confessional, diaristic songs that are also pop songs. It's not generic at all. So here she says, don't want to get too close, I'm scared. Do you hate me or do you care? Think about all the time I spent feeling lost, but I'm found again. Should I jump in the unknown, or is it better to know how it unfolds? Am I too young to be this mad? Am I too old to blame my dad? That's a poet. These are better lyrics than anything on the fucking Taylor Swift album. And Taylor Swift is the singer-songwriter girl. And no, you're not too old to blame your dad. You're never too old to blame your dad. That goes for all of us, but especially Addison Rae. Because your dad sucks, girl. Sorry about that. And then so the video for Times Like These came out the day of the album dropping. And also the day of the album dropping, she did this Spotify, what was it called? Oh, I don't have it written down. It was some like Spotify show thing. It was very small. It was in like a small theater. It really, really reminds me of Britney's House of Blues tour, the M&M's tour, especially with like the outfits. She's just kind of like in underwear. It's perfect. Oh, it's so good. And then she has, just so that we're all clear, she has spoken against Trump this year. She said, "I'm so disappointed and disturbed by what is happening across our nation. This country could not exist without immigrants. Every human being deserves the right to exist in an environment that makes them feel safe, lovingly protected, and embraced. This link provides ways that you can stay up to date and get involved." So it's more than some people could do. She then was the opener for Lana Del Rey. A lot of people, Lana's tour was not super well received, but a lot of people were saying that Addison's opening was better than Lana's actual show. She also starred in a Somber music video, which is how I first learned of Somber. And she also did an ad campaign. This ad campaign is also so good, with Lucky's Jeans. So Battle of the Jean ads this year too, because Beyonce also did a jean ad. But none as infamous as that one jean ad that one woman did. She announced her tour in June. It sold out immediately. It started in August. It first had like really small venues, and most of them are still small venues, but a few dates were upgraded to arenas because of the demand. They were just supposed to be little theater shows, which is crazy too, because it's like there's somebody else who has a similar background to her who got into arenas immediately. And Addison is out here doing theaters. And so again, I don't understand this whole industry plant accusation against her, because she is so clearly like kind of going from the ground up. And I do think that the theater shows are correct for her right now, because even though I've seen clips from the show and I think that she looks amazing and her choreography is so good and the outfits are so good, for sure the vocals could use some work. It's very hit or miss. Like there are performances where I'm like, oh, she sounds great. There are other performances where I'm like, needs a little more practice probably. But it is very good. She did. Here I have. Why is this not going? Oh well, I had a clip, but the link isn't working for some reason. Oh, here's another one though. What the hell? Why is none of this working? Okay, I got it. So I can probably play a second of this, because since it's live, it's harder for the content ID to figure out what's happening because the sound is a little bit distorted. She did, when she's doing I Got It Bad, she's sampling a Baby One More Time by Britney, and they sound so good together. So let me just play a second. Perfect. Perfect. It is a little bit more similar to the original demo, but it has like a full Baby One More Time sample. And it fits so well. This is her doing Fame is a Drug. The choreography is just, it's so good. Addison, you are that girl. And yet, 0 nominations at the VMAs. What? And she said, it's definitely funny when you feel like you worked so hard on something and it isn't recognized by a place you felt you were contributing to. And then a whole bunch of people were on Twitter being like, oh my God, she really thinks that highly of herself, huh? You really thought that you were going to get nominated for a VMA? Yes, because she deserves to be. Because she released some of the best music videos this year. What are we talking about? She absolutely should have gotten a VMA. It's insane to me that she didn't. And it's so stupid on the VMA's part because it's like the VMAs could have had Addison's like first big award show performance and they just didn't because they didn't invite her. That was a completely fucked decision on their part. Not just because I think it is disrespectful to Addison to not recognize the work that she's put in this year, but also it was just dumb for them from like a business perspective of like, Addison clearly has the juice. And she's exactly the type of performer that you want at the VMAs. Like, she is provocative. She has like that pop star thing. She has that Madonna thing, that Britney thing, that Gaga thing, the thing that you want at the VMAs. Oh, so annoying. And then she also, this pissed me off too. So she performed on Jimmy Fallon's show. God damn it, why is it not searching again? She performed on Fallon's show, and it's such a good performance. She performed like New York as like a kind of little ditty thing where she was like thrashing around, and then she also did, I want to say, Diet Pepsi before that, and it was a great performance. It is no longer on their YouTube channel. They have this tweet still up on their Twitter. And they have the link for the performance. She like ends it on his desk and then goes onto the ground. So good. You go to the link. It's privated. Why? Why? They keep doing shit like that. They keep just privating these videos. And I'm sure it has something to do with like the licensing and the labels or whatever. But it's just so frustrating. It wasn't even that long ago. This was in October. And by like November, it was already gone. You know, when I was younger, they told me that when you put something online, it stays there forever. And they lied. They lied. So then she did a Grammy Museum performance on October 4th. So she did the Fallon performance on the 3rd. And then the Grammy Museum performance on the 4th. She was blindfolded. She had a blindfold. Again, the vocals can be kind of hit or miss. They're a little touchy in some spots, but also it is like a good performance overall. And then recently, so if we see here, she has that blindfold on. Recently, she was walking around LA with a fucking blindfold on. That's performance art. This is what we've needed from our girlies for a while. And then she went to the Variety's she went to the Variety, like, award thing, and she received the Future is Female award alongside her two producers. And she wore the exact same dress that she wore at the Grammy Museum performance, just in a different color. So you see that one is black, That one is like more skin colored. It very much looks like, to me, one of the outfits that Gaga was wearing for Born This Way back in the day. But here is where I'm like, what are you people talking about? So this is Taylor Lorenz on doing some collab with Anthony Fantano. I was just watching this video, having a fine time. It was an interesting video, and sometimes I don't like this man's opinions about things, but it's like, Taylor is fine. Didn't expect to be assaulted by some Addison Rae dismissal, but here they are. Or here Taylor is specifically. Fantano didn't even say anything in this one, though he did give the album a bad review. So he's also on my shit list.
And then in light of that, I feel like we've also seen a lot of like manufactured artists. Like, I don't want to call Alex Warren manufactured, although he's very like, I don't know.
You don't want to call Alex Warren manufactured? Interesting that you're already being somewhat defensive of him.
People consider him like very industry, but we also have like Benson Boone and all these other, I don't know, Addison Rae, these people that I feel like the industry maybe wants to have them to have like the song of the summer. And maybe Alex Warren Ordinary is the song of the summer. I just went to like today's top hits on Spotify and he's still the top.
It's Alex.
But it just doesn't feel right.
Things.
Girl, what are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. This is the thing that's like pissing me off. And I'm sorry. Taylor's fine. I don't have any beef with Taylor overall. But it's like, you're doing this whole who killed the song of the summer thing. If you are doing a whole video about who killed the song of the summer, I expect you to have some like musical knowledge. I expect you to be somewhat linked in with pop music to even be having this conversation. If you think at this point that Addison Rae is a manufactured artist that the industry wants to be popular, you're not paying attention. That's just fucking stupid. Addison is putting in the work that these other artists aren't. And when I said that thing earlier about Addison is doing theater performances and somebody else who has the same background as her is doing arenas, it's Alex fucking Warren, who I'm sorry is not putting in the work that Addison is. He is not, he's fine, I don't know, I haven't really listened to him that much. I've heard that one song that's popular, Ordinary or whatever, but it's like, he's getting taken seriously in a way that Addison isn't, and his music is fucking boring as shit, and he doesn't have, like, stage presence the way that Addison does. He doesn't have visuals the way that Addison does. Addison is putting in the work. She is a true fucking pop star, and you know what else? Alex was nominated at the VMAs, and Addison wasn't. So, like, can we maybe not notice a little bit here that there's a little bit of a bias in where one TikTok star who is also in the Hype House gets to be taken seriously as an artist, but the woman who is popular in the Hype House, she's a manufactured artist. What? It's just bullshit. What are we talking about? This is just kind of his misogyny. If you think that Addison Rae isn't a legitimate pop star at this point, you just have some sexist inclinations about what you think makes someone a valid pop star. Sorry. I just couldn't believe it. I was just going about my day. And suddenly I'm getting defensive about Addison Rae again. And she said this during one thing that she did this year. She did that thing where, do you know the YouTube series where it's like a girl, it's this woman, she makes like cooking videos with like other people. She did one with Hassan that I remember. And then she did one with Addison Rae. And there was people, when Hassan did it, I remember them, people being like, oh my God, she's flirting with Hassan and Hassan doesn't notice. And they were then trying to make like a thing about like, ooh, maybe Hassan would be interested. Like, I don't know, it was a whole thing. I watched the two, Addison and that woman do their video together. I was like, I feel like are fucking. There was something about their energy together where I was like, oh, there's something going on there. Yeah, Quinlan Blackwell. They had a vibe together. But anyway, in that video, she said she was complaining about how people keep accusing her of trying too hard. And she said, oh, she's trying so hard. How about you try it all? We can tell you're not. Exactly. Clock Madison. A lot of people are not trying. And I think that's maybe even why people are so put off by Addison to some degree, is like she just is trying. She's putting an effort. But somebody has to. She was also in some TV show. I've never heard of it. I don't know anything about it. So let's just move on. She was her own top artist on Spotify. Her top song was High Fashion. Perfect. And then one of her producers recently posted a photo onto Instagram. I don't know if it's new, but it could be hinting toward something coming out. Hopefully. I would love that. And she also is nominated for Best New Artist at the Grammys. I think it's kind of crazy that that's all she was nominated for, but at least we have that. And then we get to our next girly. I like Tate McRae a lot, but I apologize to any of the tater tots in the chat. I likely will be saying some unkind things about her. But I do appreciate her as a performer, and I am rooting for her as a human being. But, well. So like Addison, she did have a background as a professional dancer, and even way more so than Addison. Addison, I think it was almost more of like a hobby thing. Tate McRae has been like a professional dancer the entire time. She started as a kid. She won a whole bunch of like dance contests. She voiced Spot Splatter Splash in Lala Loopsy. Just came across that. I don't know. I thought at first, I was like, is it a Canadian show because she's Canadian? And I don't think so. I think it's just like an actual I think it was just a Nickelodeon show that I think also played in America. But I don't know. I don't know if anyone is familiar with Lala Loopsy. But she was a dancer that actually got onto, this is her with Justin Bieber. I think that's her. I couldn't find like a photo where I was like, oh, that's for sure Addison. Because it was a part of this thing that they would do. I do have a video, I think, where he had like a dance contest or something with kids, and so he would invite kids up onto the stage. So here's her talking about it. I can only play it for like a second because there's copyrighted music in it, but this is little baby Tate performing with Justin Bieber.
I'm really excited. And it's almost time. I'm so excited. Oh, hey guys, we're currently at the Saddle Dome, and we're in the VIP lounge. It'd be sort of awkward if I went in there with a camera, so I'm just gonna do it right now.
Little tiny baby Tate McRae. So she performed with Justin in 2016. She's up there somewhere. I think that's her right there. Yeah, that must be her. Aww. Little cutie. And then she also was on The Ellen Show, I think multiple times. Because they would do, it was called Dancer Palooza. But they'd have these kid dancers. I don't know if she's in this shot. But she was frequently on The Ellen Show as a dancer. It's just one of the like kid dancers that they had. And then she was also in a season of So You Think You Can Dance at age 13. There she is. She just looks like a little baby. And something I did not know at all. She's one of the dancers in the Demi Lovato 2017 AMA performance. She's in there somewhere. I don't know which one is her, though. They all kind of look like her, most of them. Oh, shit. So she's doing a lot of dancing. And then eventually in 2017, I think, ish, or here, I have her YouTube channel here. So, and I do think this is cool too, that like her official artist channel right now is still the channel that she was using at the time. She started uploading, at first, I think a lot of videos of her just dancing. And then, God, she is just she's a little baby. And then eventually she started writing music, writing little songs. She said, I wrote a song one day. What's interesting about it, and this is where my criticisms of Tate start coming in, she said at one point, because a lot of these, they're like piano songs, they're like singer-songwriter songs.
I got it when I was 6, and it's like, look at this. I put those on and I can't get them off because I tried to write down notes and now they're just faded and ugly and green. Like, my piano skills are definitely not the greatest. I took like a year of piano lessons when I was younger, but like I cannot play. I just do whatever sounds good to the ear. So thank you so much for tuning in. Keep watching if you want to see the full video. She stares at her ceiling once again with 100 thoughts. Maybe he knows who I am.
So they're more kind of like ballads, and that's what a lot of her earlier songs were. More like kind of singer-songwriter-y ballads. And she said at the time, or she said later about this time, she's like, it never really occurred to me that I was a dancer who wanted to be a singer. I didn't know that you could like do both at the same time, that you could like do dance songs and then dance while you're singing. And I was like, so do you not have even just passing knowledge about like pop stardom? A lot of my issues with Tate come from the fact that she really clearly doesn't have a whole lot of references from other pop stars, and I can't even really say what she's taking inspiration from. A lot of people have made comparisons with her and like Britney Spears, and I definitely think that there are things that are similar. Like, they're both dancers, they both have a lot of like stage presence, and I think that people on like her record label are trying to kind of style her like Britney in a lot of ways. But she has openly admitted that she's not taking inspiration from Britney. She said, she was like, Britney came out when I wasn't even born when Britney's first album came out, so I haven't really been inspired by her a lot. And I was like, what? Girl, you can know things and be inspired by things that are older than you are. Like, that to me just tells me that she's not someone who knows pop history. She's not someone who, like, you know, it's like all the other girls that I think really do take off and really have that like thing. They're girls who like were watching pop stars growing up and have that mentality like in their bones. Like, you can tell that Britney was inspired by Madonna and Janet. You can tell that Gaga is inspired by like more male musicians, honestly, like David Bowie and Prince, and also Madonna, and like Sabrina is definitely very inspired by like Taylor Swift, I guess, but also Christina Aguilera. And with the thing with Sabrina and Christina is that like they also both have like a lot of older references, where in the Christmas thing that I watched with Christina last night, she's talking a lot about like Judy Garland, and you can also tell that like she's kind of inspired by like Billie Holiday, and you know, like they have the references. But then Tate, when she was asked about, because you're saying the thing about Ariana, I did see the thing with La Culturistas where they asked her like, oh, who were your girls that you stan? And she's like, I didn't really stan anyone except for maybe like Ariana. And I was like, oh, okay, well, so that to me says that, because I don't see much Ariana in her. Maybe a little, not a whole lot, not enough where I'd be like, oh, I can tell that she was an Ari stan. But I can see it enough where I'm like, what I almost think happened is like, Ariana was just the pop star who was the biggest when she was like, I don't know, 14 or 15 or whatever. Because there was that moment in like, what? Like Sweetener era, kinda, Sweetener, Seven Rings, where Ari was kind of like the top pop girl. And so I'm like, okay, well, that makes sense with just your age of like, that was the girl that everyone was kind of standing. So I don't know that that's really even you being a full stan, so much as you just being a certain age. And I don't know that you really internalized a lot of that inspiration. So this is just kind of a running thing for me with Tate, where I'm like, I don't know that you fully understand how to be a pop star. And it really comes out in the music, especially. The performing is one thing. The performing, I think she has some juice there. But every time I listen to one of the songs, I'm like, I don't know what this song really is. Like, I don't know where this song sits in like a longer history of pop music. I can't hear the influences. I can't hear the identity of the person making the music. But then she gets the attention of some people in the industry, some record labels. She signs a deal to RCA at 19, or in 2019 at 16. And then, actually, one of the songs I have, this is just a fun fact, one of the songs is actually written by Billie Eilish and Phineas. I haven't listened to the song, so I don't know how good it is, but this is her first EP. It was called All the Things I Never Said. Such a basic fucking... and Sabrina did that with her first non-Hollywood Records album, the Emails I Can't Send thing. I hate it when people name albums and shit like that, of like, all the things I couldn't said. All the things I couldn't say. Or like Jamie Lynn Spears' book of things I should have said. It's like, okay. Shut up. Can't you be a little more original? But whatever. Then she did another EP. It's called Too Young to Be Sad. It was released in 2021, and she starts gaining a lot of attention here. She has singles that get put out starting in like 2020. The EP gets put out in 2021. She then performed on like Jimmy Kimmel and on Jimmy Fallon, and she started doing, I don't know which performance that was. Oh no, this is the VMA pre-show. So she did like a 2020 VMA pre-show, and she starts getting put on a list of all these like artists on the rise or whatever. This is another one too. One of these is the VMA pre-show. I don't remember which one. She's always getting named as like artists on the rise. She's on like every listicle like that in 2021 and 2020. Yeah, and then YouTube did a thing of like artists on the rise. She's up and coming. She's one to look out for. She continues to be one to look out for a couple years. Then she releases her first album, I Used to Think I Could Fly. This looks so cool to me. I haven't listened to the album, but I'm like, I just kind of doubt that what I want the album to sound like is what it sounds like from this album cover. This is giving me a vibe that I just don't think, I don't know that Tate McRae has ever made music that's the vibe that this cover is giving me. But maybe it is. Maybe I do need to go listen to that album and maybe I'll feel differently. But again, there's a big mismatch sometimes with the visuals and with the sound. I don't totally understand. I don't get the vision. That's the thing, is I don't get the vision. She also, at this point, is in Olivia Rodrigo's music video for Bad Idea. There she is right there. So if you've ever, because I watched this video at the time, I didn't know who Tate McRae was, so I didn't notice, but there she is. So again, she's in the industry, she's around, she's on the rise, she's one to look out for, but she's not really popping off yet. Then she releases her first album, It's called Think, or not first album, her like first kind of like bigger album, Think Later. It's released December of 2023. It gets to number 4 on the Billboard charts. Her song Greedy is her first song to get into the top 10. She performs on SNL. She performs at the Billboard Music Awards. She continues to perform throughout like 2023, 2024. So this is where I start to become aware of her. And again, I'm hearing about her as like an artist to look out for. And I was like, okay, I'm looking out. I'm keeping an eye out. And then she continues to like just underwhelm me. So like the song Greedy is like kind of okay. It's like fine. But then the visuals, I'm like, I don't totally know what's happening here. She's leaning into the whole Canada thing. Like I guess she played hockey or her brother played hockey or something. So there's a lot of hockey visuals. But from the song, I'm like, I'm not getting like a hockey thing. I don't really know what's going on. Other than she's just signaling to me that she's Canadian. Not really sure. Here's her on SNL, where again, there's like kind of a sports theme, but it doesn't sound sporty at all. And then, oh yeah, this one I remember, I think I watched this live. And I was like, she's good. I like the performance. Like, she's a good dancer. She's got good stage presence. But the song is still not quite there for me. And again, I just don't feel like there is a vision. It's just like, here's a good performer. And I'm like, okay, thank you. What else? Then she releases It's Okay, I'm Okay in September of 2024. This is the start of the new era. This is the new album that she's on. And this is where I'm like, okay, again, I'm sold in some ways. In others, not quite. And we'll come back to that in a second. She does It's Okay, I'm Okay, and then Two Hands in November. And then early in January, the album leaks. She eventually adds 3 tracks that weren't leaked. But this, I guess, really throws her off. And in ways that I'm still just kind of like confused about. When an album leaks, it can actually really fuck with an artist for sure. But there's things that happen after this point where I'm like, but why? So she also did an ad for Neutrogena. She becomes a Neutrogena spokesperson. So that's something. The album comes out in February of 2021. The rollout is a fucking mess. So, for one thing, she changes the cover. At one point, I think this was the original cover, and then it changes to this cover, and then eventually it just changes back to this one. So, she changes the cover, she added a song, and then she switched the tracklist order after the album was already released. People have been doing that. We talked about that before with FKA Twigs doing that. Gaga did also add, like, a bunch of songs, or not a bunch of songs, 3 songs to the digital reissue of Mayhem this year, but that was just adding songs. This was just confusing. This was very weird. It felt like they weren't done with the album yet. They put out a version of the album that they weren't finished making, and then they were like, oh shit, that's the wrong version, and then put out a different version, and then it switched back to the old album cover, and I don't think she's ever explained it. I'm not sure. And then, so this was something funny that the fans were doing. They said she's added a special new exclusive album cover on Spotify and Apple Music only. You have to stream the entire album front to back to unlock it. Of course, that's not true. This is just fans trying to get people to stream the album. But I was like, that is smart. She does have smart fans, and she does have a pretty active fan base. Because I was like, you're taking like the stuff about her changing the album cover, and you're like, oh, you just have to listen to the whole thing to unlock the new one. They were thinking with that one. Then there were vinyl posters, and this became a big controversy because people started to notice that the signatures weren't quite the same. And so there was a big debate about which are Tate's signatures and which are just like her assistant or something doing her signature for her. I think it's possible that she just has a very inconsistent signature, but it's clearly one some of the signatures look very consistent to one another, and some of the other signatures look consistent to one another. So I do think that there was 2 people signing. So don't know what happened with that. I don't know if she's explained that. Eventually people did find footage of her signing so that they could figure out which was the correct one, which is actually a Tate signature. But I don't know why this happened. But so the album comes out. So Close to What. It's got a 74 out of 100 on Metacritic. It does go #1 on Billboard. And now I did listen to the album when it came out, because it was before Mayhem came out. So it was sort of almost my appetizer. I was like getting ready for Mayhem and I was like, I'll give this Tate album a try. And I remember liking quite a few songs on it at the time. I definitely thought that it was a better album than her previous. I never listened to the full Think Later, but I heard enough songs from it where I was like, okay, I'm good. But this was, I was like, okay, some of these songs are pretty good. I'm kind of down with this. And then Mayhem came out and I never listened to it again. I listened to a few songs. Two Hands was one of my top 5 songs of the year. But for the most part, I never listened to the entire album all the way through again. I tried when the deluxe edition came out more recently. I was like, let me go back and let me see. I'm going to listen to the whole thing again. And I was like, yeah, I don't know. It's just not quite holding my attention. But I thought at the time, I was like, this is fine. She stepped it up for sure. This is better. She's going somewhere. But here's the thing. The album is called So Close to What? I think that it's like one of the most aptly titled albums that I've ever heard in my life. Because it is so that. It is so like, so close to what? And that's how I feel about Tate McRae in general. It's like, she's so close. But to what? I'm not quite sure. But so here are my issues. There's always just like one thing that's just a little off about everything she releases. So It's Okay, I'm Okay, incredible video. And an incredible video that seems to really reference Britney quite a lot. But then also it is very clear that Tate McRae, the artist, doesn't really get the Britney references. It's just maybe her videographer does, which is a problem. And then the song is just okay. I watched the video a lot when it came out. I had the video on repeat. Did I stream the song on streaming? No. I was not listening to it on Spotify. If it's just the song for me and the video is not accompanying it, I don't care about the song. I tried. I listened to it like once on streaming and I was like, yeah, this isn't the song that I would listen to if I didn't already like the video. But it's okay. It's just like uninteresting. And then, so I really, really do like Two Hands. I love Two Hands. It was in my top 5. I have a few problems with Two Hands, and one of the big problems is that I can't fucking hear the lyrics. I know what the lyrics are because I've looked them up, and I do like the lyrics, but I can't, there are parts where I'm like, I can't believe that's what she's saying. I would have fully thought that she was saying something else. She says at one point, she says at all, and I always hear hotel. So this tweet is very appropriate. The act of listening to Tate McRae is actually quite cerebral. The listener is forced to relinquish control, abandon the need to understand what's being communicated, asked to let the rhythm move their body rather than their mind, guided to create their own meaning. And this is how I feel about Two Hands. I'm like, these are kind of good pop lyrics, you know? They're not super deep, but they have like a really good rhythm to them, like the way that the lyrics fit with the melodies. I'm like, that's great. Like, because I want 'em all to see you look good on top of me at this time at night. I need not 1, not 3, just your 2 hands on me. It's like perfect. That's great little pop lyrics for that melody. I didn't know what the fuck she was saying until I looked them up. I had no clue. And then when I found the lyrics, I was like, well, that's great. You should be proud of that. You shouldn't be trying to cover that up with your like weird cursive singing. Enunciate. And then the video sucks. How is like, so It's Okay, I'm Okay not a great song, but a great video. Two Hands, a better song, boring ass video. And it's her driving a car. A car continues to be a frequent motif throughout her work. And I heard her say in an interview once, she was like, I'm not really even into that into cars, but they just kind of keep coming up in my work. I'm like, girl, you're killing me. Why do you keep putting cars into your work if you're not even that into cars? And then there's Sports Car, the song, which doesn't have any cars in the video, actually. And if this is another one where I'm like, okay, Sports Car, the song is almost great. It's very like Britney, it's very Pussycat Dolls, but it's not really. It's not quite there. And a big problem is that the production is just missing something. And I was like, I really want to love this song. And I do, it is in my top 100 of the year. Because I listen to it a lot. Because I was like, oh, there is something about it that I really, really like. But there's also something about it that is just missing. And then, this is what pissed me off. Apparently, there was a different version. So because the leaks came out at the beginning of the year, I guess that they got freaked out and they're like, well, we need to change the album now. So some of the physical versions, some of the CDs and some of the vinyls have a different version of a few of the songs. And I don't know about the others. I haven't listened to any of the others. But Sports Car? The physical version is the better version. It's like, this was the production that I was looking for in the first place. I don't know why you would change it. Just because there were leaks, this is still the better song. But even then, it's not quite... There's still some things about it where I'm like, okay, we gotta get our heads together, Tate. So, the lyrics are a little bit different. And I like some parts of the physical vinyl version and some parts of the streaming version. And so I need them to be one. So verse 2 right here, Pretty Blue, Straight Eyes, which this, it sounds like she's saying Betty Boop, Betty Boop, Straight Eyes or something. I always hear Betty Boop instead of Pretty Blue. Pretty Blue Street Lights in my hazel eyes, and if it feels right, we could go again like 3 or 4 times. It's so tight. I like that. I want It's So Tight in the lyrics. But then in the streaming version, it's so my type. Boring. Lame. It should be It's So Tight. But then down here with the pre-chorus, the pre-chorus of the physical version just repeats the same pre-chorus of the first verse. So in the alley, in the back, in the center of this room with the windows rolled down, boy, don't make me choose. But then the pre-chorus in the new version, in the streaming version, is on the corner of my bed, and maybe on the beach, you could do it on your own while you're looking at me. So I need this pre-chorus, and I need this line that It's So Tight, I need that to be one song. And then I need it to have the production of the physical version. And I just don't know why we can't have everything in one. I don't know why she can't do a full serve in one song. And then the video is like cute. She looks great in it. The editing is way too fast. You can't hold on a moment at all because she's just constantly It's like TikTok editing. I hate it. She needs a better editor. But the video is fine. Then she did Revolving Door. And you know what? This one? No notes. This one was great. This is like the one where I'm like, okay, she got everything for this one. She is still doing like the cursive singing thing, but I just think it works so much better in this song than it does for a lot of her other songs. And then the video is good. She is making choreography that looks kind of stupid look really good when she does it. And yeah, this was the one full serve that she did. And then it just, eventually she moves on to the next thing, and it's just like, god damn it. I was hoping we were going to keep that momentum, but that's fine. She did, I think this one was Revolving Door. this was on one of the late night shows. I think it was maybe Jimmy Fallon or something. And this is where it's like, okay, now you're drowning in your production. It's too much. There's too much happening visually where you are no longer the centerpiece of the performance. And you're a great dancer. You don't need to be doing all that. And you can do all that, but you still need to make sure that you're the like centerpiece of the performance. And it just didn't feel like that. It felt like she was just, everything around her was just a distraction. And the same thing with her performance for Sports Car on SNL, which is also not on YouTube anymore, so I can't even show it. But it was like, it's a lot of stuff happening where I want you to perform in a way of like with Britney and the like, Oops, I Did It Again performance in 2000. That's what I want from her, of like, when you actually look at what Britney's doing, there's not that much happening on stage. She does do like the quick change, and there's some other dancers, and then there's like a thing, there's a platform that she's on that has some stuff around it, and there's some flashing lights, but for the most part, you're just mesmerized by Britney, because she is just carrying the performance, and that's what I want from Tate. I want her to like peel back on some of this stuff a little bit, and just like show what you can do. This one was a little bit better, but I still was like, I don't need all the extra stuff. And then every time I watch her in an interview, she feels so young to me. And she is 22. So she is young, but there is still like a difference. Like Billie Eilish, when she was starting out, when she was still a literal teenager, there was something a little bit more worldly about her. And maybe that came from like her family, you know, she has more of like an industry family. Tate, I don't know really what her family does, but she is like an industry kid. She was dancing so much from a young age, but it does feel like there's a little bit of just like she's just a 22-year-old girl, which is fine. It's fine to just be a 22-year-old girl. But there is something about just like the lack of maturity when it comes to just understanding the pop world, and not, again, having references, not having super clear inspirations. It's just a little lacking. But she is cute. Like, I find her very likable in interviews. I find her very endearing. But I don't necessarily find her intriguing as an artist. I just think she's cute as a person. And then she did this. She did a song with Morgan Wallen. It debuted at #1 because it's Morgan Wallen and his songs do very well. I hate it. I tried to listen to it just to like humor it, just to be like, okay, well, what's the song sound like? I just didn't like it one little bit. I didn't even finish the song. I heard enough to hear Tate's verse, and then I was like, I'm done. I don't ever want to listen to that again. And I haven't. But this was like right after his shit on SNL too, where he did the whole thing about like, take me to God's country. Gross. And so obviously people are reading into it, like the political implications of you doing a song with a fucking racist. A person who like has said the N-word before and is also very clearly still racist, because he just went on SNL and then immediately like walked off before they had even finished all the like goodbyes and the hugs and everything. Just walked off and then said, get me to God's country. Like, what the fuck does that mean? You're that uncomfortable being around what, like queer people and black people? What's your problem? And then Tate did a song with him. So she said very recently in her Rolling Stone interview, she said, I've always wanted at some point in my life to do folk music or country, and I probably still will in the future. But I honestly just got the opportunity to do a country song, and I was like, oh, this is cool. And I wanted to cross genres really bad. It was just about the song for me. I didn't realize how much a song would be connected to all the other factors, and it really shocked me. This is like low-key a Sydney Sweeney performance of like, oh, I just didn't realize that anyone was going to take it that way. It's like, well, maybe you should have thought about it a little bit. should have thought about, like, what this person is doing and saying. But also, like, you just wanted to do a country song? Then just do a country song. You don't have to be on Morgan Wallen's song just to, like, do a country song. There were no other opportunities for you. And it's not even good. And I don't even think that, like, her voice on it totally conforms to the country aspect of it. It's just weird. And a weird response, too. It just, again, kind of points to her not having a whole lot of imagination to me. Of, like, she thought that she had to do a Morgan Wallen song just to have a country song? What? And then she did the song Just Keep Watching for that F1 movie, which is a movie about cars. So again, there's a big car motif happening here for someone who isn't actually that interested in cars. Why, girl? Though this song did win Song of the Summer at the VMAs for some reason. It's fine. I don't mind this song. I don't love it, but I don't mind it. And then she did a performance at the VMAs. And I think she was good for the most part. It's, again, another thing of, like, it's not quite there for me. She does at least pull it off in the end, though. Like, the final little bit, the final little dance thing that she does. I'm like, all right. She got me at the end there. That was pretty good. But there was other stuff where I was like, I just don't know. I don't know why she has the sand and she's walking around holding the sand. Some people have said that it was like a Medusa-themed performance, and I was like, how? I guess there are guys that are kind of standing like statues, but it's not like she's Medusa. She's not looking at the guys and then they turn to statues. I just didn't get it. I didn't get the vision. I didn't quite get what she was trying to do, but she was good. I would say it was one of the better performances of the night, for sure. But it was still just, there was something not quite pulling it all together for me. And then she's been on tour, and it's like, Tate, why are there seatbelts all over you? You're not that into cars. Why are there seatbelts all over you? I get that, like, maybe, okay, the F1 movie came around and it was too good of an opportunity, you couldn't turn it down. This is your own tour poster. Why are you covered in seatbelts? What is it that you like? What are you into? But I do keep seeing clips from the tour, and it does look good, because, again, she's a good performer. She's a very good performer. There was one thing, this is also something that I think frustrates me, too, is, like, I wonder if I'm just on, like, if I keep just getting put into the algorithm on Instagram as, like, white pop stan, because I get so much Tate McRae, and I don't even feel like I watch that much Tate McRae. Like, every once in a while I'll watch one of the clips, but I'm not getting any Doechii. I'm not getting FKA Twigs. I'm not getting, like, plenty of other people that I would be way more interested in seeing from. But I'm like, is it just because it's like I'm watching, like, Gaga and Britney and Christina and Sabrina that it's like, oh, she likes white pop stars. Let me just give her Tate McRae. That's not what I wanted. But because that is what I'm being served, I do watch the clips sometimes, and sometimes I am very, like, endeared by her. Like, this is one clip where she thought there was a spider on her, and it is really cute, honestly. Oh, shit. Yeah, she, like, gets thrown off by her own little tassel there. Relatable. I want it to go back to the beginning. Show me the spider part again. Fuck, I hate Instagram that I can't just, like, go back. I would do the same. I would do the same. And then also something else where I really was like, I have to defend her on this because this is stupid the way that people are criticizing her. She does lip sync from time to time. She doesn't do it so much anymore. Now I think she sings way more live, but definitely when she first started, she was lip syncing a lot, and I don't love it. I try not to be too much of a stickler about it because I do think that, like, when you're a pop star and you're doing full choreography, it is very hard to be able to, like, keep up the breath support to do that. Especially when people have those, like, the mics on them. It's like you have to control your breath enough so that you're not just like into the mic and then you have to sing on top of it. It's challenging. And so I understand why a lot of girls lip sync. I just don't like it though because there's something about it, and it's not even like an on principle thing. I think if that's what you have to do to get through the performance, you're there to provide entertainment. And I don't care about the ego shit of like she must be singing live. Because I think for a lot of people that is that. It's like, that's a talent that I have. I can sing live. And that's great if you can do that. But I don't think that that's totally necessary. The thing that I don't like the thing that I don't like about the lip syncing to me is that it has like a kind of uncanny valley feel to it. Because I can just tell. There's something in my brain that the second that I see it, I'm like, oh, that's not coming from her mouth right now. And I think it's because I watch so much like live pop performances anyway that I can just tell so immediately when a sound is not coming from somebody's mouth. But I think that other people who don't watch that much live music maybe don't notice it as much. But Tate has not been lip syncing as much recently. But she got accused of doing it here because she was holding the mic the wrong way for a second. And the backing vocals are still singing, but it's very clear when she flips the mic around that that's not the same track that's coming out of the microphone. Like, here, listen. Like, when she says the 17 times in a day, that's her voice, and before that was just the backing vocals. This is cute, though. What a ridiculous accusation. Tate McRae caught lip syncing during her show. That is just not... Many fans are questioning if she ever sang live since the beginning of her career. Well, I don't think she sang live a lot of the times at the beginning of her career, but she's singing live there. Fuck off. And then we have some meta-narrative here. So she was dating this guy, Kid Laroi. I don't know who the fuck that is. I guess they started dating early 2024, at least. They might have been dating a little bit before that. But he was featured on her newest album. And then there were some breakup rumors in like July, which Kid Laroi seemed to confirm by just saying that him and Tate were on good terms. And I was like, okay, well, that sounds like you broke up then. But he never actually said, yes, we've broken up. I think there was something where like his fans or something were spreading some rumors, and then he was like, hey, stop it. Me and Tate are on good terms. And so it's like, oh, okay, so they definitely did break up then. And then he wrote a song called A Cold Play about her. The song is ass. The song sucks so hard. I listened to it just to know, because Tate will respond. And I was like, I want to hear both the songs to know which one is better. Hers is definitely better, and hers is not even that good. His song sucks. And the lyrics are so condescending and gross. He's like, fix you, fix you, fix you, fix you, fix you, fix you. Wish I could. Miss you, miss you, miss you. I miss you. It's really hard to accept the fact that I can't fix you, fix you, fix you, fix you. I'm not even like a tater tot. I'm not a Tate stan, but I'm about to throw down for her. The fuck? Ew. You couldn't fix her? Go fuck yourself. What a gross way to talk about somebody. I also hate that Coldplay song. I will try to fix you. Weird. But at least that's coming from like a kind of like trying to be loving place. This is so gross. So then Tate responds with her song, Tit for Tat. She performs it like on tour. And then she like releases it. I don't know the exact order of events, but I think that she performed it first and that was the debut. But there's a live performance on her YouTube channel. I kind of like the lyrics. Like, I was nothing but respectful and you know that. Why are you changing up the narrative to right? No, I can't do this. You're making me do this. If you want to fight, let's go song for song. Let's go back to back. Fix your fucking self. Kiss my ass for that. That's the best you got. Where's the good one at? Should have known you'd be the type to change. So I do like the lyrics. I especially like the fix your fucking self, kiss my ass for that. But I just think the song is just, which is so disappointing. You know, for two singers to go back and forth and write songs about each other, I want to be so invested. I want to like really give both songs like a shot because I love a good feud, a musical feud. But his song sucks and her song is just better than his. But it is better than his, so she does have that. She does win. And then more recently, she was on the cover of Rolling Stone looking incredible. And I think that this was like a designer bikini or something. I saw something about that she was wearing like only designer bikinis. And then she talked about this whole little saga and said, it was really scary and overwhelming. I would never talk that way, even about my friends' lives. I didn't realize how much it would affect me, the public knowing about my private life, because no one knows the full story of anything ever. I also hate people painting a situation that's worse than it is. But what I've had to realize is that he's going to write songs and I'm going to write songs, and that's our way of expressing ourselves. That's our art. That's our job. And once it's out there, it's not mine anymore. A lot of people were clowning on her for this of like, oh, if you were uncomfortable, why did you release it in the first place? And it's like, well, she said, I didn't realize how much it would affect me. I think that is fair, you know? If you've never really put yourself out there like that and then it becomes like a part of a public narrative in a way that you've never experienced, I'm like, okay, that's fine. I think it's perfectly valid for her to say that she didn't expect to care that much. That being said, I hope she realizes now. I hope that she goes forward with that knowledge of like, you are in the public eye. So like, you do have to be careful about what you're revealing about yourself. But she can say the whole thing about it wasn't as bad as it was. I still hate him on her behalf. Because what the fuck was that song? And then she released So Close to What, which is the like deluxe edition. So it's So Close to What with 3 question marks. Released on November 21st. Again, it's like, I don't even visual. Is this what the album sounds like? Not really. It's a cute visual, but I don't know that it matches the album. But she does look nice. She released the song, what was it called? I don't have it written down, but there was a new song that was like, okay. Again, it's just okay. And then she got Variety's Powerhouse of the Year award. Now, here's kind of what my title is sort of referring to. Obviously, we are still talking about Addison and Tate, so it's just in reference to that. But also, for some reason, Tate and Addison's fans are feuding, and I don't know why. It keeps popping up on my timeline, where they're just constantly like an Addison fan will be shading Tate and a Tate fan will be shading Addison in a way where I'm like, oh, this is like a fandom at war. And I don't understand it. So like, yeah, this is literally it. It's like Tate versus Addison on my timeline, battle of the mid, except I don't think Addison is mid. Tate, Addison not. But it does, it's like literally they just keep battling each other. So they're like comparing the monthly listeners, that Tate has more monthly listeners than Addison. And then in this, the song is Nobody's Girl. It's like an okay song. But I guess people are now comparing the like dress she wore in that to the Diet Pepsi dress. Tate McRae lip syncing for an entire 2-hour concert. At least Addison has the balls to sing live. And that was the two hands moment. I'm like, she is singing live. What the fuck? Tate McRae is reheating Britney Spears nachos, but Addison Rae is remaking Britney's nachos. I do kind of agree with that one. But the thing is, like, they're friends. Like, legitimately friends. I went to find a photo of them together. There's so many photos of them together because they clearly fucking hang out. There's, like, photos of them going to the gym together. There's photos of them, like, going to concerts together. They know each other. They like each other. They've been nothing but nice to one another. So I don't know where the fuck this is coming from with their fans. Look, there they are. That's them with Gracie Abrams. I don't even know what they're doing. They're just hanging out a lot. This is them at the Variety Awards together. What's happening? Yeah, and then when Addison was doing her Lucky Jeans thing, Tate was like shouting out the jeans and saying, I love these jeans at Addison Rae. What are their fans' problems? I've tried to narrow it down. I'm like, I'm trying to think about like where these comparisons are coming from. So I'm like, okay, so they're both dancers. Maybe that's part of it. They both have a background in dance. So that's something we can compare them on. They both get compared to Britney a lot. They've both been asked about the Britney biopic of like, would you play Britney? They've both said no. People are mad at Tate the way that she said no because she's like, I don't even think I look like her. And I also have never done any acting. I would need to take acting lessons before I even considered taking any sort of part like that. And I don't think I look that much like her, so I don't even think it would make sense. And people were saying that was disrespectful. And I was like, no, but she's right though. She doesn't look that much like her. And also, yeah, she should definitely get some more experience in acting before she considers that. I'm glad that she has that mentality. That's correct, Tate. You're right. Don't let anybody tell you you're wrong. You were right. But okay, they both get like Britney comparisons. I think obviously Addison is more inspired by Britney. Tate, the comparisons are a little bit more superficial. Of like they're just both dancers. So I don't really think that that's much. They're both kind of in this same sort of young and new category of like, you know, on the rise. So they were both named Mother in Training in the Grindr Awards this year. Number one, obviously, is Sabrina Carpenter. That makes sense. And then Doechii, and then Addison, and then Tate. Oh, and then Rae. Oh, that's nice. So like, okay, they're both kind of coming up at the same time. So I'm like, this is sort of like... It's maybe sort of like Britney and Christina, where they both came from like the Mickey Mouse Club, and they both came up around the same time. They both had like Baby One More Time and Genie in a Bottle at the same time. I got my first two pop albums was Baby One More Time and Christina's debut album. So okay, they came up at the same time, so people were comparing them based on that. But at least with like Britney and Christina, there was a little bit of rivalry there. There was a little bit of like, eventually, I don't know if it started that way, but eventually the more people pitted them against each other, the more that they were kind of like butting heads personally. But again, with Tate and Addison, they like each other. They're friends. You would just think that the fandoms would be a little bit more like... It's like you're just kind of, as a fandom, you're generally allied with the people that your fave is friends with. You know? There is sort of like a team sports thing happening of like, oh, they're on the same team. Like, I don't know. That's weird. And then I was like, it really is a lot like Gaga and Katy to me. And I don't think it's going to be shocking to know which one is the Gaga and which one is the Katy to me. And by that I mean it's like one of them is maybe has a little bit more artistic merit than the other, but then the other person is doing better on the charts. So it's like, okay, in this moment, they maybe kind of seem comparable, that they're in a similar place in their career. But 10 years from now, who do I think is going to be doing better? Probably the person who I consider to be more of an actual artist versus just like a pop star making some hit songs, you know? That's kind of how I feel at the moment. And maybe Tate will surprise me and she'll really kick it into high gear. But that's kind of how I feel about that. I think Addison is way more camp than Tate is. She's more self-aware. She understands pop music more than Tate does. And Tate, I think, is just kind of a good performer who makes some good songs sometimes. And I also think that their audiences are really different. And this is something where I feel like maybe at first they had a more similar audience, but as time goes on, I think that Tate's audience is staying pretty Gen Z, pretty young. Addison's audience, I think, is kind of like, it's growingly older. It feels like a lot of like millennial gay men and me. So I don't even think that their audiences are totally comparable at this point, which is another reason why it's very weird for me that they're feuding. It feels like millennial gay men are feuding with teenage girls. Which, you know, I guess what's new. But it's like, you people, at least with Gaga and Katy, I was like, I feel like those audiences are more similar. And the same thing with Britney and Christina. I think their audiences are growing apart. Why are they even fucking talking to each other like this? But whatever. At least we don't have to see any sort of battle for Best New Artist. Because unfortunately, Tate McRae wasn't eligible for Best New Artist this year because she had submitted for consideration 3 times and just didn't get nominated because she was just on the rise for so long and her team kept being like, all right, now's the moment. But it wasn't the moment. I think she really would have had a shot this year because she definitely is pretty big right now. But oh well, she's no longer eligible. But at least we don't have to deal with that fucking battle, because that would have been a nightmare. And I think it needs to go to Addison. That's my pick. She is nominated, though, for Best Dance Pop Recording for Just Keep Watching. So Tate is nominated. She will be maybe at the Grammys. I don't know if she's going to attend, but thank God we don't have to deal with any sort of, like, Addison Tate fan battle over Best New Artist. But, moving on, we have our final nominees. And because I just didn't want to do full slides for them, if I'm being honest. I was partially lazy, and also just like, you know what? I don't know that some of these men have really put in the work to get full slides. So each of them is getting 1 slide each. I do want to remind everyone, we've already covered him before, but Benson Boone does exist. And he recently expressed some disappointment about the fact that he was not nominated for a Grammy. He said, can't believe Moonbeam Ice Cream didn't get a Grammy nom. It's literally pure lyrical genius. So, shout out to Benson. He was very big at the beginning of the year. But, yeah, he kind of fell off. In a way, though, where I'm like, he is sort of more of a bona fide pop girly to me. Because, number one, he's flipping everywhere, which is a thing, you know? It's a thing that he's known for. It's a gimmick. That helps. That helps with the meta-narrative. But also the fact that people really fucking hated him at the beginning of the year. Everyone was so upset and just kept making fun of Benson Boone to the point that I started to get defensive of him. I was like, I'm not going to listen to the album, but Jesus Christ. Can we be nicer to Benson Boone? And he seems nice. He's just a little Mormon boy who only learned how to backflip. And then next we have Conan Gray. Conan is the one person that I actually do feel bad about just relegating him to this section. I do think Conan could have gone. I could have given him multiple slides, but then I thought about it and I was like, multiple slides saying what, though? Like, in actuality, I just don't have much to say about Conan Gray, even though I do think that he is clearly putting in more work than the other men. I mean, that outfit alone is something that these other men couldn't even dream of wearing. And I think that the album is good. But the thing is, the album is good in a way that it's not for me. Like, when I listen to it, I'm like, I understand why some people really like this. And I do think that this album, I'm sure it's going to be, like, really important to a lot of people. Like, once they grow up, it's going to be, like, a formative album for them. It's just not for me. So I'm like, I just don't have much to say about it. Other than just like, oh yeah, it's nice. But it did come, it got to number 3 on Billboard. It has an 82 out of 100 on Metacritic. It's got 3 singles, 3 music videos. So again, he's putting in the work. He is doing his thing. And then he had a tour for a little bit, the Wishbone Pajama Show from September 11th to October 19th. Hemlock Springs opened. I do love Hemlock Springs. So thank you for that, Conan. And then he is planning a Wishbone World Tour for next year. He did perform at the VMAs. And again, I was like, oh, I loved the stage. I loved the setup that he was doing. It was very, like, kind of fairy tale-esque. It was really cute, beautiful. The song just really wasn't, like, hitting for me. I just wasn't super interested in it. But I did think that it was a good performance, and he is obviously incredibly talented. And so he actually got, he seemed to really impress the Grande family. You can see this clip. And this is also Queen Latifah during his Thanksgiving Day parade performance, getting a little teary-eyed. And then over here, that's Ariana's brother and then her mom. As he hits the high note, they were like, oh, and stood up. So definitely a great performer. And then I think Ariana followed him on Instagram after this performance. So good for him. He is getting definitely a lot of attention from other performers who are appreciating his talent, his skills. The music just it's not quite for me. But I do appreciate it. I am rooting for you, Conan Gray, if you see this. So he performed at the VMAs. He impressed the Grande family. He's always at concerts. That's the thing that I see of Conan Gray the most, is I just see, like, photos or videos of him at different people's concerts, usually with Olivia Rodrigo. They seem to be very, very close friends, but sometimes he's with, like, Chappell Roan and stuff, too. But, yeah, he loves going to concerts. Because he does seem to be very interested in pop music and pop stars. So there's that. He is very good. If there's any of these men that I think deserve to be in the bracket, it would be Conan. But I leave the rest up to you. If you guys decide that these other people deserve to be in the bracket, then that's your shit. Then we have Role Model, who is really cute. And I like, from what I've seen of him, I think I like his personality, and I've seen him perform that Sally song. And I think that Sally song is good live. I listened to it, like, the studio version, and I was like, oh, this is definitely not for me. Like, the Conan Gray album, I'm like, yeah, I get it. I could, like, if someone else put the album on, I wouldn't turn it off. It was enjoyable. I played the Role Model album for a second, and I was like, I'm never gonna like this. And not in a way where I'm judging. I'm not saying it's bad music. I was just like, this is never gonna be for me. I could see the Conan album growing on me and, like, really hitting after a while. This one is never gonna happen. But his album came out in 2024. He has that song Sally, When the Wine Runs Out, and he does this thing where he brings, like, a guest onto the stage to be his Sally for him. So the first one was Jake Shane, the podcaster, TikToker person. Hillary Duff was the first person that I saw. That was my introduction, as Hillary Duff was his Sally at some Texas festival thing. Conan Gray, where they kissed. That's why I have that emoji there. Conan Gray kissed him. Renee Rapp, Olivia Rodrigo, Al Roker, Natalie Portman, Charlie XCX, Kate Hudson. So, you know, he's pulling big names for these performances. I don't quite know how, because I never really heard of him before this. But I guess he used to date Emma Chamberlain, and he might be dating Jake Shane right now. There are rumors going around TikTok where someone said that they saw him and Jake making out, and they definitely do seem to be friends. Like, he's been on Jake Shane's podcast a lot, and they are definitely friends. I don't know if they're dating, but good for them if they are. And then he was also awarded Variety's Triple Threat of the Year. What the other threats are, I'm not quite sure. But good for him. And we have Somber. So he released his album, I Barely Know Her, on August 22nd. Number 10 on the Billboard 200, 79 out of 100 on Metacritic, 4 singles, 3 videos. One video features Addison Rae. One video features eating disorder Thinspo in a way that made me very uncomfortable, and I had to turn it off. And here's the thing. A lot of people are talking about Ariana Grande right now and her body and how maybe she does, maybe she doesn't have an eating disorder. I don't see really anybody talking about Somber, even though there are some very clear indicators that he does. For instance, that video that I had to just turn off because I was like, I can't even deal with this. It was like close-up shots of like hip bones and ribs. And I was like, what is happening here? And it's not even like triggering to me. I don't have an eating disorder or anything, but I just was like getting so uncomfortable of like, why is he putting this in the video? It literally felt like I was on like some pro Anna Tumblr page or something. It was so bizarre. And then I started watching a few interviews with him. I'm like, yeah, this guy's got a... I don't love the way that he's talking about his own body, and I don't know, it's like, I can kind of... I think that Ariana was a little irresponsible in that video that she made where she was saying that thing about like the body that you're comparing my body to. It was so unhealthy. And I'm like, okay, I get that she might be talking about her like alcoholism or whatever. But it's like, but you know that the context people are going to put that into is like, you're talking about your weight because that's the context that brought this conversation up in the first place. So I'm like, it's just kind of irresponsible for you to talk that way. But I'm like, okay, well, whatever. I think she probably does have an eating disorder. So I'm like, not, just, it's like, what are you going to do? So, but like, that's a light criticism I have of her, where I'm like, okay, it does feel like you're kind of, you're contributing to this conversation in a way that I don't love and that I think is provoking a little bit more damage here. But let's fucking talk about Somber and the way that he speaks about his body.
What do you want people to know about this performance? What are they going to be talking about the next day?
Hopefully my invisible waist.
Yeah, period. Okay? Waist where? Waist where?
No, it's invisible. Like, we have this to try to locate it, but we still weren't able to. So
I was going to ask you a secret about this look, but I think it's the fact that you have no waist.
yeah, it's just that.
Your fans love how candid and how unfiltered you are, but now that you're blowing up the way that you are, has anyone been like, okay, you need a little more PR training?
They've tried, but they can't PR train me.
They can't.
They can't.
You got to stay true to you.
You need to get some PR training. You need to get some PR training fast, brother. But I was like, okay, there's just no way. There is no... Oh, I took myself off. There is no way that if a woman said that publicly, that people wouldn't just immediately freak the fuck out. It does feel like a bit of what's happening here is that people maybe don't think that men have eating disorders, and so they don't even think about it as a possibility, but that was a weird thing for him to say, and the fucking video that I watched of him in this very thin girl in the close-ups, I was like, this guy definitely has an eating disorder. What are we talking about? I mean, what are we talking about? Because I don't even think we necessarily should be talking about it. I think he should get criticism for that video. For the lingering shots of that girl's rib cage. There should definitely be some criticism being put onto his work for the way that it is definitely promoting eating disorders. But I'm like, okay, let's not like all call Somber out and be like, hey dude, talk about your eating disorder, because it is unproductive. But it's like, well, everyone feels so comfortable doing that to Ariana. definitely a double standard. And at this point, I'm like, I feel like Somber is maybe like causing more damage than Ariana is. Because like Ariana, yeah, she's more famous and so she's more places and there's more of a discussion around it. And that's what worries me is like if there wasn't already a discussion around it and there weren't fans defending Ariana and being like, she's totally healthy, stop. I'm like, okay, well, let's not go that far. Let's not spread the idea that she's healthy. Now I've got to push back on this because now the conversation is turning into something very weird. But it's like, if we're already going to do that with Ariana, the fact that this is going completely ignored, especially that fucking video, it fully is normalized then. That no one sees that as an issue. But whatever. He's big on TikTok. He's apparently like, he seems to be a big Swiftie, which is kind of cute. It's nice just to see people standing people. And then he's done a lot of live performances. He did his VMA debut. I did think his VMA performance was one of the better ones of the night. I think he had one of the best performances. And then I learned more about him and then I started to find him annoying. So he did his Late Nights and Young Romance tour. Started May 25th. It became a big like thing on TikTok because this one woman, she called out the tour and said that he was like, it was a whole thing. I talked about it on one of the member streams, so I'm not even gonna go through all of it now because it doesn't even really matter. I think that when I rewatched the TikTok that the woman made recently and I was like, she is definitely being pretty mean, especially toward the end. So I think that she could have been nicer, but I also think that like ultimately she was just making a video that was telling people her age, like, don't go to this show, you're not gonna have a good time. And the more and more clips that I see from the shows, the more I'm like, yeah, that seems like a nightmare. Not only because of like the Gen Z stuff, but like it seems annoying. So one of the things that she pointed out was that he does this segment where he does like call your ex or something. He brings up people onto the stage to have them call their exes, and then he'll like, I don't know, like assess their previous relationship. It's very weird. And it was really weird at the time because this woman was talking about how he has an audience that's pretty much just all teen girls. So it's like you're calling up teen girls onto the stage for them to call their exes. That's very odd. Now, I did go and like locate some of the footage, and from what I can see, it does. The girls that he's pulling up on stage do look a little bit older. They look like maybe college age. Some of them might be teenagers. I don't think that he's IDing them before they come up on stage, which is not a good idea. But I'm like, okay, well, at least he's not picking someone that looks like they're 14 from the clips that I saw. But I still was like, that just seems so annoying. If I went to a concert to see somebody perform music, I don't want the show interrupted by some dumb little bit where you're pulling people up on stage. But then I also found this other clip of him doing it where he didn't call anyone from the audience. Instead, he said that he was trying to call Selena Gomez and then Benny Blanco picked up. I don't know if this is like a full bit that like Benny was in on and he was in on and they both knew. Because where I'm like, he can't be dumb enough to think that he was going to call Selena Gomez on stage on like a live stage in front of an audience and have that not be a problem. Like to call someone as famous as Selena Gomez unprompted, to cold call her and put her onto broadcast like that would be crazy. So I'm like, okay, I don't want to believe he's that stupid. But then if I believe that this was all a setup from the beginning, I don't really understand why it's not funny at all. It is actually just genuinely awkward, and I don't know what the joke is. So this is him calling Benny Blanco.
I'm gonna be calling my ex instead of you guys calling your ex.
And it's like, what does that even mean? You didn't date Selena Gomez.
Who's ready? Alright guys, when I call my ex, nobody fucking yell, so y'all can hear what's going on. I'm like shaking. I'm so nervous for this. I'm gonna do this, and we're gonna get back to the music.
It's okay, Princess.
Hello, Selena. Is this Selena? Benny? Is this Benny Blanco? Wait, is this Benny Blanco? Oh, it's Somber. Actually, Benny, I was meaning to call you. No one else. What's up, Benny? Somber, you know me, right, Benny? You know, Somber. Yeah, it's a long story. You working on any new music? I'm sorry, I was trying to call someone else and you answered. So I didn't even know this was your phone number. I thought this was, you know who. Okay, well, that's awkward. Benny, I love you. I'll talk to you later, buddy. I'm sorry, Benny! Okay, I was trying to call your wife. Bye, Benny. Wow, okay, that was really awkward. I was trying to call Selena, but Benny picked up.
Like, I just don't get what the joke is. And it is just, like, it's just annoying. And that's the thing that's so kind of disappointing about it, is when I saw him on the VMAs, and when I saw his video with Tate McRae, I keep doing that. I was like, why are people comparing Addison Rae and Tate McRae? And then I keep referring to Addison as Tate the entire stream. When he did the video with Addison, I was like, oh, he's like kind of like sexy and sultry, like not sultry, but like rougher, edgier. I didn't know that he was like 20 at the time. And then I see these other clips of him and I'm like, oh, he's just kind of like an annoying kid. An annoying little 20-year-old. What a disappointment. But it's also fine because he is just 20. So I'm like, he can grow. You know, maybe he will grow. But I hope he grows fast. And he is nominated for Best New Artist at the Grammys. So, he'll be there. He better not fucking win. It's fine. He is, like, doing well, so I guess if he wins, it's fine. There's no one in the Best New Artist category where I'm, like, for sure they should not win. Other than, I think, maybe Alex Warren. Is he nominated? I don't want Alex to win. But any of the others, I'm like, alright, fine, sure, whatever. But I really want it to be Addison. Ed Sheeran. Here he is with Addison's album. He released Play on September 12th. It was number 5 on the Billboard 200. It's got a 60 out of 100 on Metacritic. 6 singles, 5 videos. 1 video with Rupert Grint. And then he did Drive for the F1, the album. He did some sort of Netflix thing where he was... I don't really know what it is. It was like something in New York City where he was going around maybe singing? Not quite sure. And then he's got a Loop tour that just started at the start of this month, and he seems like a nice man. I've had a lot of bitterness toward Ed Sheeran for a long time because he just got rewarded for things when his video or his songs were always kind of bland, and yet he was doing... It was that time that he won the Grammy. He won multiple Grammys. He won Best Pop Song and Best Pop Album at the Grammys when Gaga was nominated, Kesha was nominated, Lana Del Rey was nominated, Kelly Clarkson was nominated. Like, he was nominated with all women and then won. And it was just so clear to me that he should not have won. And I've had a thing against him ever since. Ed Sheeran for a very long time has been my example of men get away with everything. But that was a while ago. I've calmed down. He seems really nice. Whenever I see him in interviews, he seems like a kind person. His music is still very bland. I'm still very put off by the fact that he still keeps using the same fucking fonts for everything, and he will not change his hairstyle. But that's okay. He seems kind. Is he wearing black lipstick in this pic? No, his mouth is just like open. He's talking. I just got like a screenshot of him talking. But I wanted one of him holding the album. And then Justin Bieber. Well, he's had quite a year. He released his album Swag on July 10th. It was number 2 on Billboard, 67 out of 100 on Metacritic, 3 singles, 2 videos. I did start listening to the album when it came out, and I think I got a few songs in, and I kind of liked it. It was like decent, but then I just lost interest and I didn't listen to the rest of it. And then he released another album, Swag 2, which I think no one really cared about at all. But then he's just throughout the year had various confrontations with paparazzi. Obviously, the big one that everyone remembers is the "It's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business." And it is funny, and at the same time, I'm like, oh, but that does look like a man having some sort of mental health crisis, so I do feel bad. But it also is, it was a very funny thing for him to say. What can I say about it? And then he's kind of mean to his wife. He did a whole thing. She was on the cover of Vogue, and then he posted something onto Instagram about how, like, I'm sorry I told you that you would never be on the cover of Vogue. I was wrong. I was like, why would you admit that? It's one thing to even say it to your wife, but to be like, that was so normal of me that I'm gonna tell other people about it. Weird. And then he's just had a lot of troubles throughout this year, and I'm kind of glad that I just stuck him onto this, like, one slide each per man thing, because I just did not want to get into all of it. It's just, it's sad. It is sad because it's like he was someone who grew up in the industry, and I think probably did get traumatized pretty early. I don't know if what people are making the allegation that he was maybe victimized by Diddy. I'm not going to say that. I don't know for sure that happened, but I do think that he got put into, like, the machine very early, and he got hyped up really early too. It's very weird for, like, to be 13 or 14 years old and have people talking about how they have Bieber fever, and, like, grown-ass women talking about how cute he was. It was, you know, there's a whole history there that I do feel bad. But I guess he's going through it. And TMZ released an entire, like, TMZ Investigates thing earlier this year, alleging that he was having these financial troubles, and he's still stuck on Selena, and him and Hailey's marriage is terrible, which that part might be true, but I don't know. And then I guess he started Twitch streaming, so that's when you know you've hit rock bottom. If another pop star did it, I would think it was cute. But every clip I've seen of him, I'm like, oh, this does just seem like someone going through, like, a midlife crisis, kind of. But people did kind of like that first album. So he's got that. I don't know. And then Alex Warren, I was like, I don't even fucking... He's a big artist. And I don't know, this is where I'm like, is he even, can we consider him a pop girly? Because it's like the whole thing is that they have to have an audience of, like, girls and gays, and I'm like, well, I don't know that this guy is popular with the girls and the gays, but I also don't think that he's popular with straight men. But he's number one, so someone's listening to it. I don't know who. But he's now in the Ed Sheeran camp for me, and I think that's why I feel kinder toward Ed, is because now I have Alex Warren to direct my rage at, because he got nominated for a VMA and Addison didn't, and he's touring arenas and Addison isn't. So I have some bitterness, but I'm sure that he is also a nice person. I'm sure that just like Ed Sheeran, in a couple years, I'll be like, I was too hard on him. He's nice, he's fine. But I'm just so uninterested. I don't want to listen. I don't want to learn about him. It isn't fair. It isn't fair that he gets to get the fucking critical acclaim that these girlies deserved more. Not even critical acclaim. I don't even know if he has critical acclaim, but he's getting nominated for shit. So that's it. Those are the men. Then we have our honorary pop girlies. We've got two. The first is Valerie, the dachshund. So I don't know, I don't think this was even a big story, but it came across my feed. This fucking dachshund, this 10-pound dachshund, survived 529 days in the Australian wilderness. It says the couple decided to go fishing, leaving Valerie behind in a crate when she broke out and split. Despite wearing an Apple AirTag on her collar and even being microchipped, neither gardener nor fish slot could locate their beloved pet. After days of searching and asking locals for help, the two ultimately decided to return to the mainland, resigned to the fact that they might never see their beloved dachshund again. Given the wealth of wildlife on the island, which includes venomous snakes, albatrosses, bats, feral pigs, and more, the odds were stacked against her. But she survived 17 months in the wild. They found her, they like saw footage of her in like this, I don't know, some sort of like animal trap cam. And there she is. And they got her back. Look at her. Good job, Valerie. Oh, what a little trooper. She's a survivor. So that was one of our pop girlies. And then the other. This one got added last night. For unfortunate reasons. Rob and Michelle Reiner. This was really devastating. It continues to be devastating with every new thing that we learn. But if you haven't heard, I'm sorry to break the news to you that Rob Reiner, beloved actor and director of movies like When Harry Met Sally, The Princess Bride, Stand By Me, he and his wife were murdered yesterday by, it appears, their son, who had a lot of issues with drug addiction and had even been homeless for a time, so I think just was very, very mentally unwell. We don't have a lot of details at this moment, but we do know that the son has been arrested. There's a $4 million bail. It's pretty bad. But he was a great actor, a great comedic actor. You know, it's very kind of, it's nice to see on Twitter the amount of people that like just know him from different stuff. Like I'm seeing people that were like, I saw him in Hannah Montana. I saw him as Jess's dad in New Girl, you know, and then obviously people know him a lot from his the movies that he directed, which are some of the greatest movies of all time. And apparently when Harry Met Sally, apparently the reason that movie, I didn't know this, but that movie has a happy ending because Rob, when he was making it, had met Michelle and he fell so in love with her that he changed the ending so that the characters could like be in love and be together because he found love in his own life. And I was like, oh my god, that's so beautiful. And it's very, very sad. And especially like this coming at the end of this weekend where there were I think 2 shootings in America. And obviously there was the shooting in Australia. It's like we can't catch a fucking break. Just tragedy after tragedy. And this one really, like obviously the one in Australia is a bigger story because it's like there's 16 people died. And it was such a like senseless act of violence, as was this, but you know, it most likely an anti-Semitic attack. The last I checked, I looked this morning and we still don't really have much information about the shooters, other than the fact that there is like a father and son. But we don't know much about why they did it. But most likely it was an anti-Semitic attack. It was an attack on this like Hanukkah, I think, thing that was happening in that park. I'm not sure exactly what the event was, but it was something related to the first night of Hanukkah. So that, you know, that's like, that's awful. But it's like, when you hear those numbers of like 16 people, it's like, that is so depersonalized. It's obviously a tragedy. It's disgusting and horrific, but there is just like, when celebrities die and then people are always like, oh my God, why do you care so much that a celebrity died? It's like, well, it's because you know so much about them as people, and you know so much about their work, and their work like touches you and affects you. So it's like, to be dealing with all that tragedy already, and then just get hit with this like this like personal loss of like, oh my God, that the guy who made all this stuff that I know and that like affected my life. It's like, fuck. I hate this world. I really hate it. But, you know, you don't want to remember him just for the way that he died. He had a whole life. And that life is worth celebrating. And his wife, too. I mean, I don't know that much about her, other than the fact that she was married to him. But, like, if she's the person that inspired the way that When Harry Met Sally was made, then obviously a very remarkable woman. So, yeah, real bummer. Everything is awful. Anyway, I guess I'll see you guys all next week for the flop bracket. Remember, the polls are going to be posted at midnight, so in 35 minutes. 35 minutes, they'll be posted onto the post tab on the channel, so you can vote. You've got up until Monday at 7 to vote for your picks for the nominations, and then also the album of the year. And okay, so I forgot, I was gonna show you. So we'll do a reveal of who is officially making the bracket and who you guys have to decide on. So top 22, Gaga, obviously, Taylor Swift, Charlie XCX, JoJo Siwa, Katy Perry, Cardi B, Pink Pantheress, Demi Lovato, Ariana Grande, Sabrina Carpenter, Bad Bunny, Doja Cat, Tate McRae, Addison Rae, Rosalia, Ethel Cain. She was the one that I was the most like, I don't know. But I was like, I think she had a good year for like where she started the year, you know? Like, she was on Fox News getting called out for shit. She got into a feud with Lana Del Rey. She released 2 albums. I was like, all right, I'm putting Ethel on. Beyonce, Doechii, Selena Gomez, Miley Cyrus, SZA, and FKA Twigs. You fucked up a little bit throughout the year with the promo, Twigs, but you still made it. And now here's what you guys get to decide. Lana, Lil Nas X, Chappell Roan, Kesha, Tyla, Benson Boone, Zara Larson, Lola Young, Marina, Slater, Heidi Montag, Justin Bieber, Lorde, Somber, Hayley Williams, Billie Eilish, Ray, Lily Allen, Carly Rae Jepsen, Rihanna, Renee Rapp, Ed Sheeran, Jennifer Lopez, Jade, Lizzo, Mariah Carey, Role Model, Hilary Duff, and Conan Gray. Those are your options. Choose wisely. And then also the albums too, so you can pick your albums. I got the albums here, but you'll see them. They're in alphabetical order. So, I'll see you guys next week. And also, I do have the video. I'm gonna edit it. I'm gonna go edit it pretty much right now. I'm gonna eat some food first, and then I'll I'll try to finish editing it, and I'll try to upload it to the Medusini Deluxe Edition channel, hopefully before I go to bed, but maybe tomorrow morning. We'll see. But it'll be up tonight or tomorrow. So you can go to the Medusini Deluxe Edition for that. It's not much. It's just a video of me talking. So, but it is. If you were interested in hearing my thoughts on the Taylor Swift Rolling Stone bot reporting, then it will be there. Anyway, good night, everybody. I will see you next week. And then the week after, we'll pick our girls. Okay, bye.